Rene. Oo.
Sige.
Ano pa nga ba? Mario, did you practice na? Mario.
Practice na ano?
Yung
Kahapon
animation
nag-practice
ulit.
tayo.
Oo nga, baka hindi umandar ngayon.
Oo, teka, sandali.
Bago mag-ano na rin si Richmond soon eh.
Yes,
Live na po tayo sa YouTube.
Nasa YouTube na.
Mag-admit na po ako.
Mario, wag na muna. Okay naman siguro.
Ay, gusto po yung testing muna, ma'am. Sige
Oo,
po.
testing muna, Mario.
5 seconds lang, Rich.
Sige po.
Okay. Ano, nag-share?
Yes, sir. May mga ano lang po. May mga naka-block lang po doon sa view, sir. I think it's the windows po ng Zoom mismo.
Like what? Yung mga Zoom, ano?
Yung mga naka-hover po siguro na...
Zoom things. Pero hindi ko matatanggal eh. Anong nakikita mo dyan, Rich? Yung sea waiting room? Gano'n?
Ano po, yung... Wala naman pong nakalagay. Para lang pong mga boxes na...
Na blank.
shade po ng...
Oh, pero sa Zoom kasi yan eh.
Oo nga.
Hindi, connectivity mo yan, Mario. Connectivity mo. Internet mo yan. Asa ng file mo? Padala mo na sa isa sa amin. Mar.
Actually, yung mga gray, ano ba? Mga gray areas dito sa slide.
Oo, ano yan? Internet yan.
Sa kanan ba meron din?
Sa kanan at saka sa taas. Tapos ngayon, ano ka na? Totally gray ka na. Wala ka na, blanco na.
Sa internet pala to, ma'am.
Internet yan.
Akala ko before, dahil sa may mga...
Zoom? Hindi, nangyari din the other day nung nagpa-practice kami. Mario, padala mo na sa amin. Isa sa amin. Si Zar siguro, kumusta ang connection mo ngayon, Zar?
Lisa. Stable naman po yung internet connection ko.
Yeah.
So, yung iba nag-uumpisa na ng video. So, 7:55 na. So,
sige. Unshare na.
To bridge
unshare na tayo, Mario, ha? Tapos padala mo yung file and we'll run it. Zar will run it. Paki-unshare, Mario. Zar, paano nga siya i-unshare? Hindi ko na siya makita.
Okay na po, ma'am. Ako na po yung ngayon.
Unshare mo na siya, tapos naka-on ka na.
Edit ko na po all.
Oo. Run na yung mute na tayo. Allan, pakisara mo na yung video mo.
Ba yung to bridge muna? To bridge bago yung video?
Actually,
Science and technology and innovation, these are indispensable in the modern economy, in the modern world.
We held a meeting at the MSI and we resolved among about 6 to 8 of us, local members, first to form PAASE Philippines so that we could continue to host meetings here, but also to go on a massive campaign to try to get support from the national government through the legislative and executive branches to invest more in science and technology. So it started with a white paper, a position paper that we co-authored among 6 of us, namely Ernie Pernia, Cesar Saloma, Rador Asansa, Toby Dairita Fataneo, and Alvin Colaba de la Salle, and myself.
So PAASE historically, in the past 10, 20 years for sure, have been collaborating with our counterparts here in the Philippines at various universities. And a lot of these interactions probably started as peer-to-peer. But thankfully, we have the Department of Science and Technology here in the Philippines, and they've come up with some really helpful and very impactful programs that actually enable PAASE members that are based in the United States and other parts of the world to actually come here and do extensive research and academic partnerships and collaborations.
Well, I think that one of the good things that PAASE is doing is really trying to stay in touch with the researchers and the scientists here in the Philippines. So I think that is one of the good programs that they keep on supporting some of the initiatives of our researchers and scientists here in the country, trying to align also their assistance towards the plans of the Philippine government.
It's very important that the PAASE members and scientists based in the Philippines are continuously in contact, so we will know the needs of the Filipinos and opportunities that Filipinos can have to do science with their PAASE counterparts. So these interactions, such as the conference that we're holding and the annual conferences that we have.
The Philippines and the scientists there have very unique perspective that adds to discoveries and inventions, advancing in general the field.
These members, because they are part of an academy, it implies that they are productive. So they have publications, they have innovations, they have inventions, patents, and they have, they have an impact on society. Okay, so these are the people who can convince government, invest more in science and technology, and that was really the gist of our paper, our position paper in 2000. And it is Ernie Pernia who said that R&D by nature is expensive and it is a public good. So it is important for the government to take the lead in investing in R&D.
To increase the economic growth potential of the country, we cannot continue to just rely on traditional inputs into production as capital and labor. We also need to develop our expertise in science and technology and innovation so that we can come up with new systems, new ways of doing things.
I think that science, researchers, industry, and even the government is really like an ecosystem of knowledge. So I think it doesn't really matter if you're coming from a private institution or a public institution, such as a state university. I think we all have a role to play to improve the research capabilities and scientific knowledge here in the country. I think it is about time for us to realize that one of our roles as academics, as researchers, as scientists, is to actually contribute to that global body of knowledge.
And the role of this cooperation among these government agencies really is to be able to attract science and technology, global-based companies to set up shop here. And that is really key in terms of developing the science and technology innovation ecosystem in the country.
Particularly because there's that deep desire. And what PAASE does and can do more of is to promote this relationship between its members.
We really need to ratchet up the appreciation, the recognition of the importance of science and technology and innovation.
And we are all trying to attain what we call the common good, the greater, higher, long-term good of the Filipino people.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? I hope that everybody is doing well. I know it's good morning or good evening or good afternoon in other parts of the world. I see a lot of participants, a lot of geologists, batchmates and friends from around the world joining us today. No? So thank you. Maraming salamat for being with us today. I am Alisa Peleo Alampay. I'm the co-host of this particular session on physical and geological sciences of the PAASE annual meeting, also called APAMS 2020. And I'm joined today by Dr. Gisela Concepcion, the PAASE president, who was very convincing in trying to put up this session with me. No? So may I now probably introduce the speakers very fast. So today we have Dr. Solidum, Renato Solidum from PHIVOLCS and DOST. We also have Dr. Mario Aurelio of NIGS. The rest of the speakers are actually are from NIGS, our home ground. Dr. Betchaida Payot, also from NIGS, Dr. Allan, Fernando, and myself. So it's 5 speakers. The first speaker will be for about 30 minutes, and the rest of us will try to keep our talks within 15 minutes. We'll have the Q&A after Dr. Solidum's talk, and then another Q&A after Dr. Aurelio and Dr. Payot's talk, and the last Q&A will be after Dr. Fernando's and my talk at the end. Before we start, maybe a little bit of the house rules. For this meeting, the chat box is enabled, so you can put your questions in the chat box, and we'll try to have the speaker answer it as we go along. And then please put your, if it's enabled, please put your mics on mute and your videos stop the video for your Zoom meetings so that people can concentrate on the speaker while the talk is going on. And then later on, hopefully, we can turn on the video and have a group picture at the end of the session. No? So I see a lot of chats from friends. No? It's really heartwarming to see you here in the session today. So before I start chatting too much, may I call on the president of PAASE, Dr. Gisela Concepcion, former vice president for academic affairs of the University of the Philippine System. And I think this is probably the time to congratulate her also. She's going to be conferred a special honor very soon by the university, and I think we're going to see a lot more of her in the university in the years to come. So before anything else, here's Dr. Gisela Concepcion, PAASE President. Please take it away, Ma'am Giselle.
Oh, wow. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Alisa, for that very, very special segue to this important talk by a person who's difficult at this time to have as our guest speaker, because he is a disaster czar. And he just told us that he's extremely busy during this time of COVID-19. So on behalf of everyone in the audience, we would like to thank you for accepting our invitation. Dr. Renato U. Solidum Jr., Undersecretary of the Department of Science and Technology and Officer in charge of the Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology. Dr. Renato Solidum Jr. is a geologist. He obtained a BS Geology degree from the University of the Philippines. He finished his Master of Science in Geological Sciences from the University of Illinois at Chicago and his Ph.D. in Earth Sciences from the Scripps Institution of Oceanography, University of California, San Diego. He has worked with the Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, or PHIVOLCS, since 1984 and became its director in 2003 up to February 2017. He was appointed Undersecretary of the Department of Science and Technology, DOST, for Disaster Risk Reduction and Climate Change, DRRCC, and assigned as officer in charge of PHIVOLCS since March 2017. He was appointed Undersecretary for Scientific and Technical Services of DOST in October 2019. He has been designated as the Commissioner for UNESCO National Commission of the Philippines, Department of Foreign Affairs from 2017 to 2020. He also serves as member of the Global Assessment Report, GAR, Advisory Board of the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction from 2020 to 2022. In recognition of his contributions to disaster risk reduction in the Philippines, Dr. Solidum has been awarded the Presidential Citation for Public Service, the Presidential Lingkod Bayan Civil Servant Award by the Civil Service Commission, the Professional of the Year in the Yield of Geology by the Professional Regulation Commission, the Excellence Award for Government Service by the Philippine Federation of Professional Associations, and the Presidential Career Executive Service Award by the Career Executive Service Board. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can imagine how important our special guest is today during this time of our pandemic. So, I would now like to give the floor to our guest speaker and welcome him to give his talk. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Concepcion, for the introduction. And hi to my fellow geologists, and good morning to all the guests. We have been affected by COVID-19. We live in an abnormal time. We saw how many urban areas have been affected by this pandemic. We saw disruptions in governance, in businesses, which have really impacted the economic development. The social lives of people have been disrupted, but we became closer with their family because of the quarantine. But COVID-19 can actually give us a better idea of the potential impact of large-scale disasters like geological events, strong earthquake events, or tsunamis. This pandemic has also shown us the need for increased resilience of urban areas in the Philippines, especially Greater Metro Manila area, which is the seat of governance, business, education, and would host almost all the national agencies of government. The Philippines is ranked within the top 10 of the countries most exposed to hazard. It's ranked number 8, and Japan is ranked number 9. We are also ranked among the countries most at risk within the top 10, and Japan is now out of the list. Why is this so? Because Japan is considered a resilient country. It can be less affected by the hazards, or if affected, they can easily recover and go back to the state that they were in before as soon as possible. This is what we want. The high exposure of a country to various hazards are all understandable. We are prone to many hydrometeorological hazards because we're part of the typhoon belt, and many other weather systems would bring in heavy rains that would cause floods and landslides. Obviously, we're part of the Pacific Ring of Fire, and we have many geological events like strong earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tsunami. The continued warming of the globe would exacerbate the various hydrometeorological hazards and can actually influence the impact of geological hazards because of the wetter environment. We need to prepare for all these hazards, some of which are sudden onset events like earthquake events, and some are very slow like climate change. However, in the light of the occurrence of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have to make sure that we also add other emergencies like health emergencies, making sure that we are safe not only for these various natural hazards, but also for future pandemics or epidemics. Recent hydrometeorological disasters are fairly known to almost all of you. We had the tropical storm Kitsana or Ondoy event, which devastated Metro Manila and surrounding provinces, and more than 1,000 people died. Of course, in 2013, Super Typhoon Yolanda affected Tacloban City and nearby towns. In terms of volcanic eruptions, we have the two most active volcanoes, Mayon volcano and Taal. And in January this year, we saw the devastation that Taal caused in the towns of Batangas and even the surrounding provinces. Nobody really got, the casualty was very low, but the impact in terms of disruption was kind of significant. We have seen also the effect of the large-scale eruption of Pinatubo and the devastating lahars that caused the destruction of even towns far away from the crater of the volcano. Many cities were affected by eruptions of Mayon, of Pinatubo, and even Taal. In terms of large earthquake events, some of us can remember the 1968 Casiguran earthquake, which caused destruction in Manila, especially the Ruby Tower. But the most damaging geologic event so far in terms of casualty was the magnitude 8.1 Moro Gulf earthquake and tsunami that killed more than 8,000 people. In 1990, a magnitude 7.8 earthquake caused the death of around 1,300 people and disrupted the economic development of the country and Luzon Island. In recent years, we had earthquakes in Bohol of magnitude 7.2, where more than 200 people died. Earthquakes in Surigao City that killed less than 10 people, and the series of strong earthquakes in Cotabato, which I think Dr. Aurelio will present later on. If we review all of these various disasters, we can enumerate many impacts. Common of which would be the following: life loss or injury, and we don't want that. Diseases. This is especially shown during this pandemic. The physical effect would be damage to buildings, infrastructures, properties, and assets. We can see loss or interruption of public and other critical services, loss or interruption of food supply, loss or interruption of lifelines like water, energy, electricity, communications, and even transport systems can be affected. We can see loss of business, livelihood, or revenues from business interruption. If the scale of impact is quite large, we see disruption of our economic development. If houses are destroyed, or if areas are considered to be hazardous, people get displaced. In disasters, social lives of people and the communities are disrupted. Sometimes we see damage to the environment. Those impacts that are underlined are the impacts that I think were caused by COVID. Because of COVID-19 and the need for quarantine, we had operations of businesses and government to around only 30% during the enhanced quarantine. Many small, medium enterprises had stopped operating, around 50%, and many had partial operations only. And because of this, people's livelihood were severely affected. Transport systems like public buses and trains were also stopped, even the aviation sector. This had caused economic impact, which is projected to around more than 2 trillion pesos. There is a big difference, though, between COVID-19 and impacts of natural hazards like large earthquake events. The COVID-19 effect did not cause physical destruction of our facilities and buildings. But if there is a large earthquake event in urban areas, then we will see the disruption to be greater. What we want to do is increase the resilience of all our communities, our businesses, and our organization. Disaster resilience is actually a state where we don't get affected severely if the hazards would occur, and we are able to respond properly and quickly so that we can recover in time because the impact will not be large. If we want to achieve a state of disaster resilience, we have to make sure that we reduce the potential losses before the hazards would occur, ensure that we have an effective and efficient disaster response. We need to prepare, and we need to make sure that our preparedness actions are implemented so that our responses are timely and effective so that people's lives are saved. If we are able to reduce the risk and ensure an effective response, then the scale of impact will not be quite large. So we will be able to efficiently and quickly recover and move forward. By learning lessons from past disasters, we can actually increase the state of resilience of our communities and our country. In particular, if we talk about resilience and the challenges that we face, there is a disparity in the vulnerability of various places. In reality, there is more vulnerability in urban areas because of the concentration of people and organizations in a small area, just like Metro Manila, the concentration of capital investments in urban areas. We have businesses here because people come here with a desire of getting a livelihood. We have high incidence of poverty because of the uncontrolled influx of people in the metropolis. Because of the number of people wanted to stay here, hazardous land areas are being utilized for settlement. Because of the enormity of things that are being handled, we see lacks in enforcement of building and construction regulations, especially for those at the lower income level, and also lacks in enforcement of land use plans. In many big cities, there is institutional capacity limitations from both government and the private sector. So if we situate ourselves here in Metro Manila and compare Metro Manila with the rest of the cities in the Philippines, there is a very high exposure to hazards, to the epidemics in Greater Metro Manila area. Why is it so? Well, in Metro Manila alone, the political Metro Manila, we have 12.8 million people. If we include the provinces of Bulacan, Rizal, Cavite, and Laguna, we have close to 26 million people. We have more than 1.3 million residential buildings and thousands of medium to high rises in Metro Manila. We host very vital international and domestic airports and international and domestic ports, which would actually be the landing area of supplies to various parts of the zone. Metro Manila also is the center of government. We have the legislative, executive, and judiciary, and almost all national agencies here. This is also the center of business, commerce, and finance, and of course, the educational system. Greater Metro Manila area, if we combine the National Capital Region, Regions 4A, and Region 3, comprises the largest share of the country's economic output, around 63%. We are also the host of the uniformed personnel of government, both the police and armed forces of the Philippines headquarters are in Metro Manila. So ladies and gentlemen, we have placed almost all our eggs in one basket, that a large-scale earthquake can really severely affect directly the greater Metro Manila area and indirectly the whole Philippines. And we have seen this in this COVID-19 pandemic in terms of government operations, business operations, people being stranded, transport sectors affected, and our health system being put to the test. Would this scenario really happen? If you look at historical earthquakes in Metro Manila, just visit historical churches like Manila Cathedral, and the signage in front of these historical churches would tell us that Metro Manila has been affected by large earthquake events in the past. For example, the old Manila Cathedral was partially destroyed by an earthquake in 1600, an earthquake in 1645, which originated from the Philippine fault zone in Central Luzon, and by an offshore earthquake in 1863. Last August 2, 1968, an earthquake from the Kasiguran Fault caused the destruction of Ruby Tower in Binondo, Manila, which killed 268 people and injured 260. All of these earthquake events originated outside of Manila. How much more would the impact be if the earthquake will originate in Metro Manila? This scenario is possible because there are many earthquake generators surrounding Metro Manila, and one is actually transecting the eastern side of Metro Manila and affecting other provinces nearby. We have the Valley Fault system, which has two components, the West Valley Fault and the East Valley Fault. And the West Valley Fault is considered a candidate site for a magnitude 7.2 earthquake, which can cause very strong shaking in greater Metro Manila area and impact severely the areas near the fault. Another earthquake that must be considered in terms of preparedness would be a magnitude 8 to 8.5 earthquake from the Manila Trench, which can cause also severe shaking in Metro Manila, but not as strong as the Valley Fault system, but can cause a tsunami all over Western Luzon and even Manila Bay. For those non-geologists in the audience, let me just introduce to you that whenever we prepare for an earthquake event, there are various hazards that we need to consider. The first is surface faulting. Most people are so afraid of the fault because they think that the ground would open up and gobble up anything. Hindi po mangyayari yon. But Filipinos by nature are very interested to know where the faults are because we are fault finder. We are a fault finder country, literally, geologically speaking. But if we don't put up structures directly on top of it, the real hazard that we all need to prepare for would be the ground shaking. It can cause collapses of houses and buildings and infrastructure. And during the strong ground shaking, soft ground can liquefy. Steep slopes can be affected by landslides. During and after a ground shaking, there can be fire because of electrical short circuit or gas tanks or pipes that might ignite fire. If, on the other hand, the earthquake is offshore, then ground shaking, liquefaction, landslide, and fire can also happen, but an additional hazard called tsunami can affect the coastal areas. So if we want to prepare for a strong earthquake, we need to consider all of this. If you look at the West Valley Fault, its location and where the significant transport systems are, we see that the West Valley Fault transects major roads like C5, Ortigas, Marcos Highway, SLEX, and a rail line. It's also very near the interchanges in SLEX like Alabang and Susana. In terms of building and considering buffer zone, at least 5 meters on both sides of the fault trace, around 3,000 buildings are exposed to the possible surface faulting when the fault would move. Therefore, we need to consider the possible impact to transport systems into Manila and out of Manila in case of a strong earthquake. In terms of ground shaking, if there's a magnitude 7.2 earthquake, there will be at least intensity 8 shaking in Greater Metro Manila area, Bulacan, Western Rizal, parts of Cavite, Laguna, and Batangas, and Southern Pampanga, and these are shown on the map on the left side as yellow colors. Based on the Metro Manila Earthquake Impact Reduction Study that JICA, PHIVOLCS, and MDA conducted, we think that around 38% of the residential buildings, 38% of 10 to 30-story buildings, 30 to 35% of public buildings, and 14% of more than 30-story buildings will be affected by the shaking with categories of slight to heavy damage. In Metro Manila only, around 33,500 people may die, and an additional death would occur from fires that might occur. In 2013, we asked ourselves, what if the earthquake will not be magnitude 7.2? What if it will be lower? What will be the impact in Metro Manila? This was done through a risk analysis project by PHIVOLCS and Geoscience Australia. And shown on the screen would be the maps of ground shaking with the yellow as intensity 8, 7 is the green, for both a magnitude 7.2 and 6.5 earthquake scenario. And you would see that around 31,000 people may die in a magnitude 7.2 earthquake, and injuries would be close to 500,000. For a magnitude 6.5 earthquake, then we will see around 23,000 deaths, still a lot of injured, more than close to 400,000. In terms of building losses, direct replacement cost, for a magnitude 7.2 earthquake, it will be 2.3 trillion pesos and a 6.5, 1.8 trillion pesos. This does not include the cost of impact to businesses and economic disruption, which will be far more greater than what COVID can do in Metro Manila. But the earthquake does not, or the shaking does not stop within the political boundary of Metro Manila. It will also affect the other provinces. So in total, we estimate around 50,000 fatality and 24,000 very seriously injured. We need to make sure that we lower the impact of earthquakes in terms of loss of lives, but we'll only be able to do this if we do actions on reducing the risk, both using engineering and non-engineering solutions. In terms of liquefaction, shown on the map would be the areas exposed to liquefaction. Around 1/3 of Metro Manila will be affected, and around 600,000 buildings can be affected by liquefaction. People can be displaced because of liquefaction. In terms of lifelines, we expect damages and interruption in water supply, power, telecommunications, bridges and roads can be affected, and even our international port and airport, because of liquefaction and strong ground shaking, can be affected. Because of these various effects, we will see the possible isolation immediately after an earthquake of Greater Metro Manila area into various quadrants, at least 4, based on the location of the major river systems like Marikina and Pasig, and also the impact because of ground shaking, liquefaction, and fire. And these isolated areas have been used to be the basis of designating which local government and which unit of the armed forces of the country will be assigned to respond to these various zones in case there's a large earthquake. If, on the other hand, the earthquake will be offshore from the Manila Trench, we expect an intensity 8 to 7 shaking in Metro Manila, less severe as the shaking brought about by the West Valley Fault movement, but we have to worry about a possible tsunami, which will arrive in the Manila Bay area for slightly more than an hour, and we project to have around close to 6 meters of tsunami, if in case that would happen. And shown on the middle of the screen would be the areas to be affected by the tsunami. Tsunami would expose around 2.4 million population and around 300,000 buildings. So given this potential impact, how do we prepare for large events in the metropolis, especially in Metro Manila? The President and his cabinet approved in 2017 an earthquake resiliency measure to make Greater Metro Manila area earthquake resilient. And we have subdivided this into two major groups: reducing the risk in Greater Metro Manila area and enhancing the resilience of Greater Metro Manila area and the rest of the country, because other big cities have their own faults and they have their own potential large earthquake scenario, like Cebu, Davao, Iloilo, and other cities. Let me discuss some of these in more detail. In terms of reducing the risk in Greater Metro Manila area, we need to reduce Metro Manila's population density through dispersion of economic and business activities. Maybe not only dispersion of economic and business activities, but also dispersion of national government offices. We need to establish an integrated, we are establishing already, a regional government center in a more resilient site, maybe in central zone, so that in case there's a large earthquake, the national government can govern in this integrated regional government center. We need to formulate service or business continuity plans, including setting up of backup national government and business offices outside of Metro Manila. This is clearly shown by the current pandemic, where government operations and business operations were reduced to at most 30% during the enhanced quarantine period. To make sure that buildings do not collapse, we have to enforce resilient building standards. We need to have a new building act to include the recent technologies and making sure that the procedures and implementation towards efficient and resilient buildings will be flexible enough to accommodate new technologies. In terms of enhancing the resilience of Greater Metro Manila area and the rest of the country, we need to ensure the resilience of critical infrastructure and government buildings. We need to have redundant roads. We have to increase expressways, both towards the north and south. We have to have a strong port, at least one pier in the South or North Harbor that is earthquake resistant. And we have to make sure that we have redundant and multiple airports, not only here in Metro Manila, but even outside and less affected by the earthquake. We need to make sure that the logistics supply using ports will be redistributed so that it's not only the Port of Manila that is utilized, we need to utilize Port of Batangas and Subic. We need to ensure continuous land, air, and sea access after a disaster. We also have to make sure that lifelines are immediately available so that we have water supply, food supply. We have to make sure that hospitals and schools and housing and buildings are secured. If government will be affected by a strong earthquake, we need to establish redundant government command and control centers outside of Metro Manila, in Luzon, in Visayas, and Mindanao. I have mentioned that we have identified which local government and armed forces units are supposed to respond to the different parts of the Greater Metro Manila area in case there's a large earthquake event. But these LGUs are not all ready. Some are ready, some are not. So we have to capacitate assisting first responders. To focus on various efforts by government and also to include the efforts both of the private organizations and international partners, the government has established a full-time project management office through an executive order so that these efforts are coordinated well. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 has shown us that large and extreme events can happen. Our country is exposed to extreme natural events like earthquakes, climate change, tropical cyclones, tsunamis, many others, and epidemics that can cause loss of lives, properties, and disrupt economic and social functions. In 2018, the World Health Organization, through a joint evaluation of experts, have seen that the Philippines is not ready for an epidemic, September 2018, and it suddenly occurred with the COVID-19. We saw the need to establish more testing centers. We need to have more hospitals ready to accommodate patients. But in case of large earthquake events, these places must also be structurally resistant so that we have these facilities to respond to the potential victims. Urban areas are highly vulnerable to large-scale disasters due to the concentration of population, buildings, businesses in a small area. And with this large number of population and things to handle, we see institutional capacity limitations. COVID-19 has shown to us the possible impact of a large-scale disaster to urban areas globally and in the Philippines. Therefore, we need to increase the resilience of our cities like Greater Metro Manila area, not only to pandemic, but also to other hazards like earthquake events. We already have seen the impact. It's not very difficult to imagine the physical impact and many other consequences that these events, natural events, can cause. The effect of COVID-19 in Greater Metro Manila area may be surpassed because of the physical damage and social and economic disruption should a large-scale natural event such as a major earthquake would occur in the area. We need to work together to make our communities, our cities, and our country a safer place to live in. We cannot go anywhere. This is our place. We need to be resilient. Maraming pong salamat sa inyong lahat.
Maraming pong salamat, Yusek Solidum. Very informative and very important for all of us, academics, practitioners, citizens, to be guided by you regarding disasters such as earthquakes and now this pandemic. So I would like to invite the audience to type your questions in the chat box. And I have several questions, but I would like to read the first one from Luis Masigla. Dr. Solidum, can you compare and contrast the amount of science that was used to mitigate the effects of the most recent Taal eruption versus mitigating the effects of the current pandemic? It's a very good question, I think.
Well, thank you, Luis. Luis, by the way, is a former colleague here at PHIVOLCS. He's now outside of the Philippines. Thank you for the question. It's a tough question, but let me just say that for Taal volcano, we have been studying it. We know what it can do. So we have done a lot of work for the past many decades and really have invested in putting up sensors in this volcano. So whenever we prepare for an event, whether it's a natural event or epidemic, first we have to know the hazards associated with it and the potential impact. So we know that in Taal volcano, a large eruption like 1754 would actually cause a significant number of population to be evacuated, around 200,000. We also need to we also know that operations around it will be disrupted. The second thing is we have to know when this scenario would likely to happen. So you need to increase the monitoring of the volcano. The only problem with Taal is that sometimes it will show signs but not erupt. And there was a possibility that a phreatic eruption would just trigger a large-scale eruption. And that's what happened in January. The third is to be able to inform the potential communities to be affected in advance. So we did a lot of work with them. And in fact, in 2019, there have been many barangays that were doing their own drill. And that what was good was the provincial government already had a plan in case of a worst case scenario that was coordinated with us because of the hazards and impact analysis. And of course, the last thing is making sure that people know how to respond effectively and timely, and this must be in coordination with the local government and other national agencies. So there was a lot of pre-event preparation and scientific studies already. In terms of the COVID-19, I think we have to admit that this was very fast. But I already mentioned to you earlier on that in 2018, I discovered that when I was doing research about this COVID-19 and preparedness of countries in terms of epidemics, that indeed the Philippines was good in certain aspects, but we needed to do many things on facilities, on testing, even on zoonotic studies, the study of the diseases from animals and transferring to people, even the tracing, all of these were there in the report. So I think there's a big difference, but the situation is slightly different because the Taal eruption was a localized event, but the COVID-19 is a global problem. It started from outside of the country.
Thank you, Dr. Solidum. So I have two quick questions. May I ask whether those who were affected by the Taal eruption are also affected by COVID-19? Is there something unusual about their situation because they lost their homes, their livelihood? So how is the incidence of COVID-19 in that area?
As far as I know, it's not that, well, it's not so significant in terms of COVID-19. The people who got displaced were, one, those living in the volcano island, which is a permanent danger zone, and houses that got destroyed because the fissures that ruptured the surface, ruptured the houses on top of it. But I think since the province had a very good experience on handling Taal volcano, they were also very strict in terms of people's interaction because of their experience in Taal when it came to COVID-19. They're one of the very strict LGUs in terms of mobility.
Now, there's this other question. So, from Victor Madlangbayan, what is the status of the National Land Use Act or bill now, and how important is it to resilience preparations for urban disasters?
Thank you, Dr. Vic Maglambayan. It is very important. The lower house or the House of Representatives have always passed their version of the National Land Use Act for the past many years. The hindrance would be at the Senate level. They have not passed their own version yet, and so it is a priority act, always mentioned by the president. This is very important for us. So while waiting for the National Land Use Act, we are formulating many things so that we can actually better prepare urban areas. By developing we are developing a national exposure database where we actually not only locate all houses and buildings and infrastructure on the surface here in the Philippines, but also populating these with various information. And DOST, through DOST PHIVOLCS, is leading the development of the National Exposure Database to help international land use planning through the GeoRisk Philippines initiative, where we develop ICT platforms that can be easily used by the local government. We have the GeoMapper that through the use of mobile gadgets, we can map the features on the ground. Also the geoanalytics and the hazard hunter that are available for the public, and of course the local government, where they can actually manipulate the hazards and risk information for better appreciation and also as guidance for decision making.
Thank you. Another question, do you think creating a disaster management department would help to facilitate the way we presently manage disasters?
Yes is the answer. The real problem with the current setup is that no one is really focused on the three major or the two major work for a disaster resilient country. We have to we need to have a disaster risk reduction effort to reduce the potential impact or risk before the hazard, and the other effort is the disaster management effort, disaster response and disaster recovery. These are lodged in many agencies, and so there is no continuous effort and managed by one authority. And whenever we talk about this, although agencies are doing their job, we need focus, and we need to make sure that people are also capacitated to do this. So it is important to have this. We need to separate those that are focused on epidemics and also other hazards, because they are two different things, but they can actually be integrated together because we are part of the government.
Marami pong tanong, Yusek Rene. So ito po yung isa. Alam po natin na maaaring biglang lumindol sa Metro Manila. In case na biglang maputol na agad ang komunikasyon, saan pwedeng pumunta agad ang mga tao para sa tulong? Ask ko lang po kung meron na bang na-identify na master zone sa 4 na areas na ina-identify as based on risk assessment.
Yes po, mayroon na pong na-identify, matagal na, but I think this must be really communicated to everyone. The first thing that one must do after a large earthquake event is to go to an open area nearby which is safe. Meron po tayo mga mapping efforts ng open areas, at ang LGU dapat po ay alam din yan. Second, if one cannot go back to their own places, we have 4 major areas where we can congregate, and the local governments can actually designate more. Dito po sa Quezon City, parang ang command center ay dito sa Veterans Memorial Hospital. Sa south naman ay sa Villamor Air Base. Dito sa Western Zone, ang unang pinili nila ay sa Intramuros Golf Course, kaya lang may problema yan sa liquefaction kung sakaling malakas ang pag-inig, so they need to identify other areas. Further east maybe towards Santo Tomas area, University of Santo Tomas. And sa east naman, it's the Marikina Pasig area. Dito sa may Marikina area ang congregation zone, no? And these have been used as command centers where different LGUs need to report during earthquake drills for the past many years.
At this point, I would like to request our administrator to unmute Dr. Joel Cuello, former PAASE president. He wants to ask a question to Dr. Solidum.
Thank you, Giselle. Thank you, Undersecretary Solidum. The presentation you gave us really was a very helpful overview. One thing that I picked up on is that some of the recommendations that you gave, accounting for all of these potential disasters that could happen, particularly in Metro Manila, including the fault lines, really coincide with the recommendations for the development of the countryside in the Philippines, such as depopulating Metro Manila, distributing the businesses, and even relocating the center of the government to a more resilient area. So there's this agreement really between what's appropriate for disaster preparation, increasing the resilience of the country, both in terms of disaster, as well as developing the economy of the rest of the country. So my question is, it's important, of course, to implement these recommendations that you stated. Are you, as an official of DOST, a part of the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council? And
Yes,
are you seriously addressing these recommendations?
Yes, we are part. DOST is the Vice Chair for Prevention Mitigation, but we are also part of an earthquake resilience core group among government that created actually this recommendation and approved by the President and his cabinet. And the whole cabinet agrees. In fact, we have already done many things interrupted by the COVID-19. For example, developing New Clark City as a potential government center. As you know, we hosted the Southeast Asian Games, and there are many buildings there that can be used and can be further utilized and improved to host an emergency area, or actually a more or less permanent area in case the government would need it. Personally, I'm part of groups that would look at existing regional government centers that were developed in the past many decades. And we are reviewing if their location is really appropriate. Regional center for it to be a resilient center, because otherwise, if a regional government center is affected by a disaster, the whole governance in the area will also be affected. So we're trying to prepare different regions so that if in case the earthquake is not in Manila, but in Mindanao or Visayas, we can actually have flexibility in how to help these different centers. We are also looking into 21st century bureaucracy, because we are too concentrated in Metro Manila. We have to be dispersed, and we have to be agile in reality. And this is very telling during the COVID-19.
Okay. One just quick follow-up, please. So somebody earlier asked a question whether there should be a Department of Disaster Management or something. But as you know now, there is that National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council. Is that existing council right now, in your opinion, sufficient to really address all of these serious issues and recommendations for them to be implemented? Or is there a need for, shall we say, a more solid entity like a department to really be able to address sufficiently and seriously all of these matters? What is your opinion on that?
I would side on your second statement that there needs to be a department. We have to look at the current capability of the council and the people who are coordinating it. They needed to be beefed up. They needed to be, they need to have more people. They needed to have capacity building, not only in terms of the human resources, but also logistics. We cannot respond to large-scale disasters if we are just reliant on too many groups without having a core group. If we look at the Turkey government setup, the equivalent council there, they have their own helicopters, ambulances. We have sets of trained people. They have experts, and they coordinate. They coordinate also many agencies. But coordination can be very efficient if you really would be an expert on different fields. But I think with the department, the other agencies like DOST will not stop doing things. Science, technology, and innovation will be provided to the new department so that this will be the basis for their planning, preparedness to respond, and recovery decisions.
Thank you.
Thank you much.
Thank you, Dr. Solidum. I think it's good that you're emphasizing the need for expert training, okay? Training in science and technology. So do not worry, ladies and gentlemen, we will make the time for you to ask your questions and for Dr. Solidum to answer them. this is a very important subject at this time. Before I move on to the next question, because Dr. Coelho made this suggestion, I would like to follow it up with this question or suggestion. Dr. Solidum, have you considered that Clark City, you had mentioned it earlier, could be a place where some of the population in Metro Manila could be incentivized to move to, because I think Central Luzon is probably a safe area, although Mount Pinatubo erupted, but it probably won't erupt in the next 100 years or so. So would you consider that Clark City would be a place where government offices might be located? I understand it is really planned as a chartered city. So
Yes.
are you planning it in such a way, BCDA is planning it to become resilient city? So
Yes.
maybe
Yeah.
tell us more.
You know, the Vince Dizon, who's the head of that group, also the testing czar in COVID. Prior to this, I have personally visited the area. We have evaluated it, and I think the plan for that area is very good. In fact, early on, for several years ago, DBM has provided some financial support to really develop the new Clark area, because this is behind Pinatubo. It was not affected by the eruption. It will not be flooded. It's near Clark Air Base, the airport. And so logistically, that is one of the possible areas. But we also need to develop different areas in the Visayas or Mindanao. It's not only one, but we can start with it. It's not very easy to transfer everything to one area. But other agencies have been planning to move towards that side. In terms of population transfer, I've been working with many other businesses. And in fact, Pampanga Chamber of Commerce and Industry, they were all for making sure that first they prepare and make their area safe and resilient, and accommodate those that would want to invest in the area. This can be done in other provinces as well.
Thank you. So at this point, I just like to say that the PAASE is there to offer any kind of assistance to improve the science and technology competencies of our workers in these agencies. And we also support this development of Clark City as a science, technology, and innovation center. We call it an ecosystem. So we are preparing a proposal where we would like to contribute to regional development by help establishing these types of STI ecosystems. And Clark City, I think, is a very good candidate for one such STI ecosystem.
Yes,
So at this point, yes, I'd like to move to another question by Rene Reza. Thank you, Dr. Solidum, for a comprehensive overview. Our experience with Yolanda in Tacloban was that our first responders were also our first victims. Considering a West Valley Fault earthquake event, has government made plans for help to come from way beyond NCR and neighboring provinces?
Yeah, thank you, Rene Mayutokayo, for the question. The answer is yes. After we have formulated the plans for the Metro Manila Earthquake Impact Reduction Study, and actually the efforts have really took off by assigning which local governments need to be coming to Metro Manila. So, in fact, some of the cities have made arrangement for their sister cities or provinces. Although the provinces and regional units have been identified, including the armed forces, we have to admit that those that were selected are not ready and not familiar sometimes with the terrain and the exposure of many cities. So some cities have progressed but beyond identification by actually capacitating the LGU that would help them. For example, with Mayor Vico Soto, and when we had this training, we were also speakers there. they were coordinating with the Isabela and Cagayan provinces already. Kasi sila ang tutulong doon sa Eastern Zone. So magti-train din sila. Tapos pina-familiarize din nila yung mga taga doon about the Pasig area and the neighboring cities. So ganun na. But we need to equip them also. Ang sabi ko nga, the purpose is not to only help Metro Manila, but the earthquake might occur in the same area. So if we all do that, even those in Metro Manila need to be trained to help other regions. So one good thing with scenario development, not only trying to discuss the hazard, but the detailed impacts, would be to give everyone a sense of what can happen and what needs to be done down to the details.
Maraming salamat. Meron pa ba ibang mga tanong? So at this point, Dr. Solidum, I think we would like to know from you your own assessment from your perspective of the way we are handling COVID-19. So we are at this juncture where we will assess, or the government, the leadership will assess, decide whether we are going back to stricter quarantine. So from your perspective, what do you think the government should do for better implementation of physical distancing and quarantine and contact tracing, complement testing? Okay, so we'd like to hear it from you.
I think the ingredients are there. We started with a large area to be quarantined, but based on my experience with other disasters, if we know the hazard and the risk, we can actually very surgically pinpoint which areas need to be quarantined. And it's good that it's being done now by looking at barangay level. So ginagawa naman na. What needs to be done though is making sure that people follow, and we need the participation of everyone. Testing, and isolation and treatment. But I think this cannot be done unless everyone is cooperating. For example, in a volcanic eruption, kahit gaano kaganda yung assessment ng hazard, magbigay ka ng warning, kung yung pinapa-evacuate mo ay hindi susunod, maraming mamamatay. One good thing with Taal would be people evacuated. And so when the eruption happened, the base surge did not occur, but the heavy asphalt and the shaking caused collapses of many buildings, many houses. So if they were there, then we could have seen casualties. Mabuti na lang, masunurin din sila. And the local government really implemented things that we discussed prior to the activity. Ang kaibahan nga lang dito sa COVID, siyempre nabigla, and then we try to improve as we operate.
Salamat. At this point, I'd like to read out the question of another former PAASE president, Alsa Rafica, and I was about to ask the same question about private sector involvement. What kind of private sector support to NRRDM do you think will be most helpful? And in particular, I also wanted to ask Dr. Solidum, during the time of the earthquakes and the other natural disasters, yung bang mga geological companies, yung mga companies ba natin engaged in energy or renewable in alternative energy, tumutulong ba sila sa gobyerno, sa mga LGUs?
Okay. The private sector is part of the National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council. We have private sector representatives, we have civil society representatives, and we have representatives from the academe by law. And so they are part of it. And on the private side, there are many big groups that have organized themselves. First is to making sure that they do their own part in making businesses and their employees resilient. No? We coordinate with them very well. And also making sure that they, as a group, coordinate the help to government so that these help are made down to the community level. We have also a private public sector group called the National Resilience Council, where private sector organizations are involved, and the secretaries of the vice chair committees, prevention, mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery are part of it. Now, when it comes to the energy sector and other sectors, we are asking each sector to develop resilience through their sector. For example, DOE, we have PHIVOLCS has trained the Department of Energy and the other companies that they are assisting on how to assess the potential of impact of earthquakes in the energy sector. And I myself have spoken in several power providers about their resilience. So we're doing that. So we're looking into risk assessment so that it will be more appropriate. No, for their assistance and their preparedness would be more appropriate. We're also doing this for DTI, no? Especially now with small, medium enterprises. Ginagawa na rin yan. But of course, the speed at which we want to do this is not as fast, especially now with COVID. But I think we can actually harmonize what is being done with COVID and the effort for other large-scale natural hazards.
Okay. So, siguro, one last question, and then we will move on. So, you said, Solidum, the other day, there was a report in the papers on these thousands of Filipinos who were gathered, concentrated in Rizal Memorial Stadium in Pasay. And it was a holding area for them to be, they were transients, and they would be then go to the provinces. And there was no physical distancing. So is there a problem with implementing the measures that the government has come up with? I know there are lots of materials, education materials, reminders and all, pero yung actual implementation on the ground, kailangan ba ng training yung ating implementors? Is there any way that PAASE and academe can help? Kasi we are here to help you.
Actually, I just read in the newspaper what happened in the Rizal Stadium and the reason why there were very high number of people. There were people who were scheduled to go and they knew, but then yung mga information were shared to other people who wanted to go home and take advantage of the libreng hatid. And so they were not scheduled and they went to the area. And so dumaming tao. And then nagkaroon ng mga pag-ulan. So there was a choice between letting them just out there or having them inside the Coliseum where they will be protected from nature. So yun yung nangyari. Now, I think the real issue is not only in the implementation, but how people will participate. Parang ano lang yan, ma'am, building code. People say that government must implement the building code. But we as house owners need to understand that we will die because we live in a place where we decided that we will use substandard materials, poorly designed building, and the construction was not very sturdy. And so when it comes to this kind of implementation, we have to emphasize the biggest role will be on us, on following everything that government and other scientists are saying. Otherwise, implement ka lang implement, kapag hindi sumunod yung tao, that's a problem. So we have to intervene on making people understand. Sa building implementation, for example, ano yung intervention ng PHIVOLCS? Hindi kami nagsasabing dapat implement lang ng local government. We will educate people on to appreciate what is a resilient house for earthquake. We give them design that they can use. We explain. Actually, in reality, when it comes to that, we wanted the curriculum in schools to be adjusted so that we teach students at high school level the basic design or basic need for a house that would be resilient to earthquake or strong typhoon. Hindi yan tinuturo. Tinuturo lang yan sa civil engineers. So pag hindi ka civil engineer, kahit medical doctor ka, hindi ka nagbasa, hindi mo alam yung minimum requirements ng matibay na bahay. So education is very important.
Tama po yan. So is the DOST now coordinating with the Department of Education to include such materials in early education, in basic education?
We have been working with them on this.
Long term.
Of course, there are various speeds at which these things happen. I'm very glad to say that during the time of Brother Luistro, I suggested to them that since we are giving students a lot of assignments that sometimes are not practical, I told them, why not give students an earthquake assignment where we prepare sets of questions, iba-ibang question, depende sa age group ng bata, and the assignment will be answered by both the student and the parent. The product will be an earthquake preparedness plan for the house to be submitted to the advisor. So ginawa nila yon. So pwedeng gawin yan. So we also intervene in some of the things that they do. We have been training teachers in various divisions for various hazards. So ganun ang gagawin.
Maraming salamat. Nagtagal itong ating Q&A kasi napaka-importante nitong ating diskusyon at this time. And I just like to end by saying that within the PAASE, we have Christopher and Marivic Bernido, Ramon Magsaysay awardees.
Yes.
Okay? They have this successful learning method, dynamic learning system, where you have a very suitable ways to get this online or for remote learning. Maari namang doon din mag-umpisa kasi mabilis po silang kumilos. Baka magkaroon ng dynamic learning materials for disasters and resilience.
Yeah, PAASE can actually help in many ways.
Yes, sige po. So we will try to push that, no? So at this point, Yusek Solidum, maraming salamat for agreeing to speak to us today and engage us in these important discussions. And it is on relatively short notice. And yet, because of your sense of duty and public service to the country, you accepted. Immediately, you told me, yes, I'm willing to do it. So maraming salamat. And I know you're very busy. So everyone, let's give Dr. Solidum a rousing round of applause, virtual applause.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So at this point, I would like to turn the floor to my co-host, Dr. Alisa Alampay, so we can move on to the rest of our program. Dr. Alampay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Concepcion, and thank you very much, Dr. Solidum, for being with us today. The next speaker in this session is known to many. He's Dr. Mario Aurelio. Dr. Aurelio is currently director and is a professor at the National Institute of Geological Sciences of the University of the Philippines, Diliman. Among his research interests is the study of active faults and their associated earthquakes. Mario is a product of NIGS UP, and his PhD dissertation from the Université Pierre et Marie Curie in Paris dealt with the active tectonics associated with the Philippine fault. In his spare time, he makes music with the Unconformity band that he co-founded. Dr. Mario Aurelio is actually also currently the representative of the country to the International Seabed Authority, of which he's been attending nightly sessions for a month now. So without further ado, may I ask Dr. Aurelio to present his talk?
Thank you, Alisa. I hope everyone hears me. May I
get
some confirmation? Okay.
Yes.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone, because I see that we have attendees from the other side of the globe. Also, I'd like to thank the Philippine American Association of Science and Engineering for this invitation to give a talk on one of my research interests. And then, yes, thank you, Dr. Yusek Rene Solidum, a colleague also way back in college and until now, of course, in the profession. And to everyone else who will be listening in advance, thank you in advance for listening to my presentation. Okay, I'll take the cue also from Solidum with regards disasters, hazards, and then when they become disasters, when they inflict damage, they become disasters. But then I'll speak about a very particular event or series of events that happened quite very recently, and Yusek Solidum actually mentioned this also briefly in among the most recent earthquakes. And as is shown in my title, which I will now show you in slide mode, I hope it appears as a slide mode now, in slide mode now.
Yes, it's good.
Okay, thank you. Stress change analysis of the October to December 2019 Cotabato earthquake sequence. I'd like to recognize my co-authors who I think are present in the room. That's Jago Escudero, my advisee, and Yvette Sisista, one of my research assistants at the moment in one of our projects at NICS. Now, in between October 16 and actually October 31, because the fifth earthquake took place more than a month later in December 15, there was a series of earthquakes of magnitude 6 or higher, 4 of them. In earthquake theory, this is quite unusual because if a single fault ruptures or moves, then the magnitudes of the earthquakes would be exponentially decreasing from the main shock into the aftershocks. Meaning, if you had a magnitude earthquake whose main shock was say 7 magnitude, then the next earthquakes, which are its aftershocks, would be an order of magnitude lower. For example, magnitude 6, magnitude 5, and so on and so forth. But then in Cotabato, the earthquakes that happened in succession 4 times in 2 weeks all had magnitudes of 6 or greater. So I'm just impressing upon the audience now that that series of earthquakes was quite unusual. Even for us geoscientists, it is rather a surprise for this to happen. I wrote a brief article in one of the dailies at the time, but this was for general readership. So what I intend to do now is to maybe go a little bit on the technical side and discuss a certain methodology to analyze earthquakes, which is called the column stress transfer. Of course, this is not new. This was actually it started out as an experiment of Professor Rothstein of the USGS some 20 years ago, or even longer than that. But up to today, this is one of the techniques that many scientists who are interested in understanding faults and their associated earthquakes to see if there is any relationship between successive earthquakes, one earthquake triggering another or not. So the technique is quite useful in many instances, but often it is applied to earthquakes, a sequence of earthquakes where there appears to be a relationship between and among them. So what you are looking at now is an animation, is a time-lapse animation of from October 16 to December 31, to October 31. So that's 2 weeks time. How the 4 major earthquakes and their aftershocks distributed both spatially as well as temporally, meaning what you're looking at in terms of the animation now is really in sequence in time. And as you see, of course, the dots, which are the location of the epicenters, are appearing at particular localities. And there's a trend that it's going, let's say, to the upper right, which is in a map that's the northeast. Also in that map, please refer to the labels, because in the succeeding slides, I will be making mention of them also, are the volcanic centers which are close to or in the vicinity of the cluster of earthquakes during those 2 weeks. And I'm referring to on the upper right hand is Mount Apo, and in the lower part is Mount Matutum. These are two active, well, Mount Apo is not an active volcano, but it's a potentially active volcano. But Mount Matutum is classified as an active volcano. So if I proceed now to the next slide, which is a comparison of earthquake sequences, but in two different places and in two different time frames. What you are looking at on the right-hand side is a similar figure that I've shown in the previous animation, the Cotabato earthquakes and the four major shocks. On the left-hand side are also four major earthquakes with magnitudes greater than 6, but happening in the Visayas, not in 2 weeks, but in 5 years. So there were four greater than magnitude 6 earthquakes occurring in the Visayan area from February of 2012, that's a Negros earthquake, all the way down to 2017. Those are the earthquakes in Leyte and Surigao. But all of these earthquakes were damaging, relatively speaking, especially Negros and Bohol, as well as the one in Leyte. But Surigao, because it happened in the rupture or the focus of shaking, the center of shaking was in a rather remote area, but of course there was also damage and there was a rupture that was shown. But the point here is that yes, indeed, in the Philippines, we experience very frequent earthquakes. PHIVOLCS warns us always that they at least measure about 20 felt earthquakes every day. And in general, every 5 years or so, I guess, based on historical statistics, every 5 years, there would be a damaging earthquake. And perhaps these two sequences certainly are not only within 5 years, but in shorter periods of time. And I think that's that's the motivation in this type of studies, because sometimes, well, very often nature doesn't seem to behave according to what we know as physical laws, like just as I mentioned a while ago, with respect to the magnitude of earthquakes decreasing as they wane from the main shock. Also, of course, the motivation of looking at these studies doing these studies is the damage they do when, as I said, when hazards become disasters. And the photographs you're looking at are those that we snapped in Cotabato when we did the fieldwork. But while we were doing the fieldwork to gather data to support what we know in terms of our models, we also conducted actually a survey asking the residents, the people, how they experienced the earthquake. And one very common observation by the affected communities was that in the four events that happened, the first was in October 16, there were two in October 29, and the third one in October 31st. And a very common answer to a formulated question when we ask them, because we'd like to do a survey in order to standardize the question, is that the damage actually to their houses, as you can see them on the photographs now, actually happened on the fourth event, meaning that on October 15, 29, and the two earthquakes in 29, there were, generally speaking, their houses were still standing, but already damaged. But on the 31st of October, with a magnitude 6.4, if I remember right, that's when the majority of the houses collapsed. So you see the effect of earthquakes in infrastructure is cumulative, meaning that perhaps the first event, the first shock, the first hit may not damage yet the infrastructure, but if it happens in succession, especially over a very short period of time, then that's where intense damage can happen. So Dr. Solidum was, of course, talking about the West Valley Fault a while ago among the other earthquakes, but imagine that happening in Metro Manila, 4 successive earthquakes in a span of, say, 2 weeks. Like what happened in Cotabato, would be really something to be prepared for. Now, the specific methodology I was mentioning about is this column stress transfer or change. Many of the attendees in the room, I'm sure, are experts of this technique. I already can mention JD, who is now doing his PhD in Oxford. I've not seen him in the room, but I guess I'm sure he's also attending. And this is part, this technique, he's doing it also as part of his thesis, PhD thesis. But for now, let me just summarize what's the principle behind this technique. It simply says that when a fault moves, it has a fault with a certain length moves, then the portion which ruptures, which moves, releases the accumulated energy. Remember that earthquakes occur because along a fault, when it is still sticking, then there are no earthquakes. But then pressure builds up as a general effect of tectonic stresses. And when the fault cannot anymore bear the accumulated stress, then the fault ruptures. And that's when the earthquake occurs. But at the same time, in fact, in a good way, it releases the stress or the energy. But it releases the energy only on the segment that ruptures. In other words, if a certain length of fault, let's say 1,000 kilometers of fault, which is the case of the Philippine fault, it's about 1,200 kilometers long. If only 100 kilometers of it, a segment of it of 100 kilometers long ruptures, so only the stress accumulated on that 100 kilometer segment will be released. What happened to the other segments? The other segments will be locations or potential locations of stress buildup, meaning because they did not rupture, those segments rupture, then it will now be potential locations of the building up of stress. And what does that mean? It means that those locations which did not rupture during the earthquake could be potential areas also of the next earthquake. So this is the interest of, this is one important result of this kind of modeling, to determine which parts of a fault after an earthquake could be potential sites of the next earthquake. Don't worry too much about the figure below. It's just a visualized explanation of how it is, how the final stress distribution is computed, but it's simply, briefly, it's simply a combination of the lateral movement along a lateral fault, as well as the normal components of the stress. Okay. This technique, as I mentioned, has been here for quite some time, but one of the more successful applications of this is the study of the Great Anatolian Fault or Anatolian Fault in Turkey. In Turkey, they have a very long earthquake, well, actually, as comparable in length to the Philippine Fault. It's about also more than 1,000 kilometers long. And I'm showing here photographs or view graphs of figures of where we are in Turkey. And that fault has been moving quite regularly and causing earthquakes, very damaging earthquakes, quite regularly. Meaning, for example, as you are seeing on the right-hand side of the screen, there was an earthquake in 1939, 1942, sorry, 1943, 1944, 1957, 1967, 1992. And there was another one in 1999. And in the figure, if you now refer to the previous figure, by the way, I failed to mention the colors. The colors indicate where it is blue, it's an area where stress was released. And when it is red, it is an area where stress has built up. The colors in between are white would be the neutral color, and then the colors in between would be an increasing or decreasing magnitudes of these increases and decreases in released stress and accumulated stress, respectively. So in the North Anatolian Fault, as you can see on the figure to the right, you notice that the fault has moved in succession from 1939 to 1992 towards the west. And what is the west? West is where you find Istanbul, which is the capital of Turkey. And so, like California, Turkey has been waiting for a big one too of their own. And indeed, you see the model to the right, the publication to the right by Professor Stein in 1997. It took into account the 1992 event, but not the 1999 event, because obviously the publication came out in 1997 before the 1999 event. But it predicted the earthquake in Izmit. Izmit is that city you find to the westernmost label in the right-hand side of your screen, the figure to the right of your screen. And so Istanbul is not in that figure, but it's to the west of that, to the left of that. Okay. Now, let's not go too far away from the Philippines, and let's look at some examples in the Philippines of this type of study applied to earthquakes in the Philippines. There was one recent one in when was that? 2017. Yes, we came out with the paper in 2017, together with in collaboration with some Taiwanese colleagues, and you're looking at figures of Leyte. Leyte, everyone knows where it is, I hope, but it is also the place where you can find perhaps the most well-preserved manifestations or well-preserved morphological expressions of the Philippine fault. And for those who are working in the energy sector, they should be very familiar with the Tongonan geothermal field. And the reason why there's a geothermal field there is because there is both a volcanic center, the source of the geothermal fluids, but at the same time, the ground is well prepared to host circulating fluids because it's fractured because of the presence of the Philippine fault. But so that would be on the upside. We are able to produce geothermal power because there are those two components, the volcanic source and the fractured ground due to the presence of the fault. But on the other hand, it is also prone to earthquakes, and therefore we have seen that it is in Leyte where among the segments of the Philippine fault, this is perhaps one of the more active ones, meaning the frequency of events of rupture events along that Leyte segment is higher than in the other segments. And this will also be, I hope, fully discussed in the thesis of JD. But let's go back to this figure now. What you can see is the earthquake of 2017. There was a main shock of magnitude 6.5 or 6.7, and there was an aftershock of a lower magnitude, but along a similar trace, almost exactly the same trace. Sorry, there's someone else whose microphone is on. And then, as you can see in the figure below, so remember the colors again. Blue would be the area where energy is released, and red would be areas where the stresses are accumulated. And if you look at the figure on the lower hand side, you would see that, and then the stars are the hypocenters. In the cross section, these are the hypocenters. There are two stars. There's a bigger star and there's a smaller star. The bigger star is the main event, the main shock, and the smaller star is the aftershock. And you can see that the bigger star plots on the blue area, meaning that when that earthquake took place, it is in that blue area where stress was released. Where did the stress accumulate? Well, it accumulated, as indicated in that cross section, over the red areas and orange areas and towards the yellow areas. And that's where you see the aftershock. So meaning that it is very likely that the aftershock was triggered by the main shock, meaning there's a relationship between the, it could be explained by way of how the stress is transferred from the location of the main shock to the aftershock. However, it is not always the case. If we take, for example, this time the two earthquakes in the Visayas. On February 12, there was an earthquake in Negros, and more than a year later, but not more than 2 years, another earthquake, October 15, October 16, 2013 in Bohol. The magnitude of the Negros earthquake was 6.7 or 6.9, while Bohol had a higher magnitude, 7.2 or 7.3. And if you look at that map, and again, recall what those colors mean, there was barely or not any accumulation of stress after the Negros earthquake in the Bohol area where the earthquake took place more than a year later. So here it is not clear that Negros triggered Bohol. We presented this in one of the geocons right about the time after Bohol earthquake took place, but we also published a paper about it in 2014, if I remember right. I cannot read from here the copy of the first page of the article that I'm showing now. So in other words, there are other factors definitely that contribute to earthquake triggering, or perhaps earthquake triggering does not occur at all in other instances. Now, the other important result of this kind of modeling is that you can also look at the possible associations of earthquakes taking place at a certain place, and if there are nearby volcanoes. What's the interest in looking at the stress change in such a situation? Well, it is generally understood or believed that a volcano, the magma chamber underneath a volcano, is also very much influenced by the stresses, the condition of stresses underneath in the magma chamber. So in general, higher stresses would mean higher mobility of the magma, and therefore it can translate to volcanic activity like an eruption. So the interest therefore is very briefly, when an earthquake occurs and there's a nearby volcano, then it's possible that the volcanic activity can be triggered by that earthquake. And there's material in literature. For example, what you are looking at now is an example in Italy, where the Aquila system of earthquakes, the Aquila earthquakes are quite, has made the limelight in recent years because it actually caused the imprisonment of some scientists for having or for not having properly disseminated the information. This was the accusation of course, for not having properly disseminated the information to the public or incorrectly disseminating the information to the public. But in any case, it is not the topic of this discussion. But as you can see, that segments of the fault system generated or produced stress increases over Mount Vesuvius. Mount Vesuvius is a well-known volcano, not only because it is very active and frequent activity, but also because of its historical importance. It's right beside the city of Napoli, of course. So in the Philippines, what can be an example? In the Philippines, this is an article written by Dr. Bautista, Bart Bautista, who I'm not sure if he's still currently the deputy director of PHIVOLCS. I guess he's on his retirement, at least this year, yes. But yes, they came out with this paper with some indication, not really conclusive if you read the article, that Pinatubo, remember, in 1990, there was July 16, 1990. By the way, it's the 30th year anniversary of the July 16 magnitude 7.8 earthquake. The epicenter was somewhere in Rizal, Nueva Ecija, and to the west of it, about 70 or 80 kilometers to the west of it, is Mount Pinatubo. And you can see in the figure of Dr. Bautista that there is a significant stress increase towards Pinatubo, which erupted a year later, June 13, I think was the main eruption, birthday of Dr. Punong Bayan, 1991. Okay, so it is not for me to conclude, of course. You you can look at the article of Dr. Bautista, and if you have a chance, you can chit-chat with him or discuss with him and ask for his interpretation of these two events. Now, let's go back to the Cotabato earthquakes. The Cotabato earthquakes, I'm reminding you by showing again the figure to the left, which I've shown earlier. And for purposes of recalling what the column stress transfer principle means, I'm showing to the right-hand side of the screen again the principle. So here are some of the results of the modeling. So what do you need in the modeling? You need earthquake data, of course, and then perform the analysis by way of a code. The millennials call now this an app, but it's really a software. It's a code whereby you input some information, data, and then there are parameters to fill in or to input. And again, as a word of warning to modelers, of course, anything you put in, the quality of the data that you put in, or the quality of the results that you get in modeling is only a reflection of the quality of data that you get in. And let us now talk about how the government agency for health is dealing with the data on COVID, but it's not for us to discuss that for now. But yes, if we take a look at this figure, it's about trying to see if there is a relationship between the first event, October 16, which was a magnitude 6.4, and the next event after that, the next big event after that, which occurred October 29, a bigger event, 6.6. By the way, this is also contrary to if these were aftershocks or main shock with a series of aftershocks, then the next event would have been of a lower magnitude. But as you can see in this information now, the October 16 6.4 event was obviously of a lower magnitude than the 6.6 that happened almost 2 weeks later. But if you now look at the model, you can browse through the map on the left-hand side, but the cross-section on the right-hand side, the upper one, is more telling because there you see that the October 16 event plots within, of course, the stress release zone, the blue zone, and then the event on the 29th plots, which is to the star to the right. There's a label with the date and the magnitude. I hope you can see from your monitors, from your laptops, or if you have big screens, that it plots on the red area, meaning the stress increase area. So here this can be quite convincing, at least accepting that the model is correct. We can be quite convinced that October 16 triggered October 29. However, if we look at October 29 and the next big one, which was about the same magnitude, 6.5, 2 days apart, and look at the figures, we would see that both of them, the stars again on the upper right-hand corner and also the lower right figure, the cross sections, you can always refer the figure to the left for the location of the cross sections. You would see that the two events, October 29 and October 31, both plot on the stress release area, which would suggest that, again, accepting the model is correct, if the model is correct, then these two events, the October 20 event could not have triggered the other event. Perhaps they were existing on the same fault plane or segment, but only energy had to be released twice. That could be a possibility. Some call this a doublet, but we have not taken a look really in terms of the details of whether it's a doublet or not in the study yet. Now, there was an event less than 2 months later, October, November, December, so 1.5 months later, in December 15, we thought after the October 31st earthquake, there were already 4 earthquakes of magnitudes greater than 6. 6, we saw that the energy accumulated in that area was already released by the 4 big earthquakes. But lo and behold, alas, there was another big event 1.5 months later, and even with a bigger magnitude, because it was a 6.7 magnitude earthquake on December 15. So again, we went back. In fact, these are very fresh figures from Jagu, my co-author. They just came in this morning, and I had some time to include them in this presentation. And if you look at the plots now, you would see that there seems to be no relationship between the 31st, at least we combined. So what we did here is we combined the effects of the 4 big earthquakes in October with October 16, because perhaps we can think that the 4 events, because they happened in a very short period of time, you can cluster them together and then see the effect over the area and see if there's any relationship between those 4 events and the one big event 1.5 months later. But there appears to be none, again, because they plot the December 15 event plots on the stress decrease shadow. Now, but then if you dissect the individual events of the October events, you can see that at least one of them, the October 16 event, could have possibly triggered the 15 December event, because again, if you go back to the sorry for that, I have to go back one slide. If you look at this cross section over the upper right hand corner of the screen, you would see the 2 stars again. 1 star, the October 16 event on the blue area, and the second star over the red area, which is the December 15 event. So there's possibly a triggering relationship between October 16 and December 15. So that's exactly 2 months between each other. Now, as I mentioned, in other areas like in Italy and Pinatubo by Dr. Bart Bautista in 1991, we also tried to look at the effect of the earthquakes over Mount Apo, the closer volcanic edifice, although it's not categorized as active, but it's potentially active. But it is also, everyone knows, at least in the geoscientific community, that it is also the location of a big geothermal facility, geothermal plant. And if you look at the figures, then the map or the cross section, or both the map and the cross section, they indicate that there is accumulation underneath Mount Apo. Now, as to how much that accumulation is, you can refer to the legend. It's about 0.4 bars in magnitude. In the model of Dr. Bautista, it will be too long if I go back to that slide, but if you were keen enough to observe, the amount of stress transferred over Mount Pinatubo was 0.1 bars. Here in the model, again, accepting the model to be correct, the amount of stress accumulated over Mount Apo is about 0.4, between 0.3 to 0.4 bars. You can make your conclusions out of that. I leave that to the readers. Now, recently, very fresh, a few months ago, a group of scientists from China, Yongsheng Li and others, published this paper, and they used radar interferometry, in particular INSAR, to study the earthquakes, but also did a similar modeling, column stress transfer modeling, and concluded, to be brief, concluded that these faults are part of what in geology are called conjugate faults. Meaning there are, in this case, you can see the figures, there are northeast-southwest trending faults, and there are northwest-southeast trending faults. And in rock mechanics, this is well supported, because if you perform an experiment, you break a certain piece of rock by controlled stress conditions, then you can see the formation of such conjugate sets. Okay, So that's their interpretation. But we are trying to look at in more detail because we were able to gather. By the way, let me mention that the group of Professor Yong Sheng Li, who is a personal acquaintance of mine, did not do field work. And you can see clearly in their title, in the title of their article, Conjugate Ruptures and Seismotectonic Implications Based Earthquake Sequence Inferred from Sentinel-1. So they principally made use only of remote sensing material and earthquake data, no field work at all. But we did our own field work after the earthquake, several campaigns. But for now, the takeaways for our CST modeling is that, yes, there are no consistent indications of earthquake triggering because sometimes you see, sometimes you don't, the triggering relationship. But it is quite clear that there is a stress buildup, again, accepting that the model is correct, underneath Mount Apo. And then we quite agree with the general conclusions of the work by Professor Lee et al., but disagree on certain details, which we will try to address in a publication that we are now trying to write at the moment. And write a paper by involving our colleagues, and in particular, our colleagues now in Oxford, that's JD, who in fact provided us with initial INSAR data also when we were trying to look for the ground rupture. Remember that Dr. Solidum stressed a while ago that we are maligned as sometimes as fault finders. Yes, indeed, we are fault finders. And the best, really the most convincing evidence in the field of a fault is the rupture, the crack on the ground. And whenever an earthquake occurs, the first thing in the mind of a fault finder will be to go to the site and look for the fault, right? But it is not an easy task. It's not an easy job, especially when the location of the earthquake is in remote areas, in forested areas, in inaccessible areas. So it is always helpful for remote sensing data like INSAR or radar to be provided to the field person, to the field geologist before going to the field. And this is what we tried to do before going to the field. And JD kindly provided us with this information. And then, so if you look at the figure on the right-hand side, there's a map. Well, it's an interferometric map with a line. And that line is his interpretation based on the interferometric image of the possible location of the rupture, of the crack on the ground. And so we use that map before going out to the field and then look for that map, for that line in the field. It's quite easy now with the technology of GPS to go to a certain site with accurate latitude and longitude locations given by GPS. And this is what we saw. There are cracks, not continuous cracks as we would expect, like what happened in the 7.8 magnitude earthquake in 1990, but there is a pattern of those cracks. And in structural geology, we call them an échelon cracks. It's a French term, but which simply means cracks which are overlapping each other, but all directed in a specific orientation and in a specific spacing. And you can use those cracks, an échelon cracks, to deduce the sense of movement of the ground, which we think could be something like this. The figure to the left is a classic example of an échelon cracks, which was observed by our colleagues in PHIVOLCS when an earthquake in Masbate of magnitude 6.2 took place in 2003. So there was not a clear rupture, but rather a series of cracks. And we think that there's a similar pattern in the cracks that we observed in South Cotabato. Now, this is all we can do at that time, go to the field, see the cracks. And we performed an initial geophysical investigation. We did seismic profiling, but the results are still, the data is still being processed. We have initial results of data processing of the seismic profiles, but they are still being improved. And perhaps that will be a topic of a future presentation. Maybe in GeoCon, if we can see each other already face-to-face or feast-to-feast, as some of our colleagues want to prefer to call it. But yeah, that will be for a next presentation. We'd like to thank the local government units of South Cotabato, in particular their vice governor, who was at that time the acting governor, and the UP Resilience Institute for providing logistical support, UP Mindanao also for providing logistical support, and our colleagues from the Energy Development Corporation, who are maintaining the geothermal facility in Mount Apo, who collaborated with us for the geophysical investigation of the Anachelon cracks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aurelio. We have questions in the chat box that we would like to give to you. The first one.
Sorry, Dr. Alampay, should I stop sharing or?
You can stop sharing if you want, or you can put it. Yan, ito yung para malakita yung question so that the questions can be seen. So this is from Brian Marfito, one of our former students, I think now in PHIVOLCS, if I'm not mistaken. Rather than using aftershocks, are there other ways to validate if there is an increase or decrease in stress on active faults after an earthquake? What could possibly explain an increase of aftershocks on an area with a decrease in stress after the 2012 Negros earthquake?
Brian, you're correct, Dr. Alisa. He's one of our students. And in fact, he's my advisor.
Planted ang question.
Yeah, he's my advisor. Brian, thank you, Brian, for the question. There are, I think, two questions there. Rather than, aside from looking at INSAR or earthquake data, what else can we use? There is a society or association.
See, I think he lost internet. Dr. Aurelio, are you still there? You can probably turn off your video and just use audio.
Oh.
Meron ba? Kaya, Mario? Can you hear me, everyone? Richmond, Ma'am Giselle, can you just confirm if you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so it's Mario, huh?
Mario.
Oh, it's Mario's connection.
What about, wait a few seconds, then if not, move on to the next talk?
And then we can reserve,
later ask the question.
Yeah, the question, yeah. Actually, I forgot our protocol. We were supposed to ask the questions after Dr. Payot's talk. So maybe we can move ahead to Dr. Payot's talk. Sorry for forgetting our script. So the next speaker is actually Dr. Betchaida Payot. She is currently Associate Professor and Deputy Director for Research and Development at the University of the Philippines, NIGS, or National Institute of Geological Sciences. She got her BS and MS from the University of the Philippines and finished her PhD also in Japan. She joined the faculty in UP. She joined the faculty in 2013 through the UP Balik PhD program. She is an igneous petrologist and geochemist. Her research works focus on the formation of igneous rocks and deciphering processes occurring in the deeper portions of the Earth. Dr. Payot was recently awarded as an outstanding young scientist by the National Academy of Science and Technology here in the Philippines. So, Dr. Payot, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma'am Alisa, for the introduction. Can you hear me well? Is the audio okay?
Yes, yes.
So, good morning, everyone.
It's a little faint. It's a little
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, okay.
Good morning, everyone. My presentation for today is entitled Xenoliths in the Philippines, Examples and Significance. And for my presentation, please be guided by this outline. And to start with, let me just define the term xenoliths, because there might be some people here who are not so familiar with this term. So the term xenolith actually came from the Greek word xenos, meaning foreign, and lithos, meaning rock. So basically, it means that a piece or a rock fragment is trapped within another type of rock. As you can show here on the left panel, we have a harshbergite, which is a rock type typical of the mantle, surrounded or included within basalts, which are commonly formed or erupted during volcanic eruptions. And the more important point here is, why do we study these xenoliths, even if they are such tiny rock fragments? If you focus your attention here on the right panel, this is a cartoon or a schematic diagram showing the formation of an island arc system. And as you may all know, the Philippines is actually an island arc system. So what are the elements present here? We see that there is a subducting oceanic lithosphere. This is the overriding plate. And because of this subduction, we could have partial melting occurring at depths. And through this partial melting, we actually create magma or generate magma in the arc system. And once you have a sufficient amount of magma present at these depths, this magma rises up, and eventually, if it is successful in reaching the surface, we observe this as volcanic eruptions. So the importance of this xenoliths is that it actually provides us information to the otherwise inaccessible depths of the Earth. So if you take note here, this would be depending on which point you are on the surface of the Earth, but the depths could range from roughly 15 to at least 100 kilometers for this particular partial melt, for this magma generation to actually happen. So there are several reported known localities here in the Philippines for xenoliths, and one of those would be Mount Araya here in the Batanes group of islands. The second one would be in Monglo in Baguio, and another one here in Western Luzon in Mount Pinatubo. So for this particular research work, we actually studied xenoliths collected from Sabtang Island, which is another island in the Batanes group of islands. And then the second locality we investigated was Mount Pinatubo. So the main motivation for this work was to actually use these xenoliths to determine what types of processes actually occurs beneath the Luzon Arc. So this is a map showing the northern part of the Philippines and the tectonic elements present in the area. So this would be the Philippine Mobile Belt. This is the South China Sea Basin, which is currently subducting along the Manila Trench. And because of this subduction, we actually form the Luzon Arc, which is shown here in this figure by this orange field. So the Luzon Arc is a series of volcanoes stretching from the southern part of Taiwan all the way down here to the south in the northern portion of Mindoro. And the study area in this work, Sabtang Island, is located in the second segment of this Luzon Arc, which is called the Batanes segment, as enclosed here by this box. And if you look at the figure on the right, this shows the different group of islands present in the area. So the Batan, the volcano in Batan, as well as other volcanoes to the south, the Camigan de Baboyanes, as well as Mount Cagua in northeastern Luzon, actually comprises the quaternary and active volcanoes of the East Volcanic Chain. And then to the west, we also observe Miocene volcanoes present in Itbayat, Sabtang, the Babuyan group of islands, and these volcanoes actually comprise the West Volcanic Chain. So the study area is Sabtang Island, and it is located in this portion here, and it forms part of the WVC, or the West Volcanic Chain. And this is zooming in on the Sabtang Island. So this is a geologic map showing the different formations present in the area. So the island has a very simple geology. It has it's comprised of the Chavayan volcanic complex, Sabtang breccia, the Sabidog limestone, and for the xenoliths that we collected, these were found in association with the Sabtang breccia as well as the Chavayan volcanic complex. And this is how the samples look like in the field. So the host rock was basically andesite. So most of these host rocks or the rocks surrounding these xenoliths are andesite. And we observe different lithologies as xenoliths. So first we have here dunite. We have clinopyroxenites, gabbros, as well as hornblendites. Then we analyze these samples under the microscope, and this is how they look like. For those who are not so familiar with this type of images, it just means that we polished and made the rock sections very thin, enough that light can be transmitted through it. And then you can observe this under the microscope. So these are actually images taken and using a microscope. And the first two panels, A and B, shows the coarse grain type of texture we observe in the dunite. So we see here grains of olivine and then smaller grains of orthopyroxene. Also here in the second panel, the light green colors are olivine. And then we also see the grayish one overlying this, replacing this olivine, which we identified as orthopyroxene. And in addition to this coarse grain type of dunites, we also observe the fine grain type, as shown here in panel C. So these tiny minerals are actually fine grained olivine. And then lastly, alongside with these dunites, we also observe orthopyroxenites such as this one. So in this particular sample, all these radial aggregates are actually orthopyroxene. So the main takeaway from this slide is that the coarse grained olivine, or the original minerals present in the sample, actually reacted or were actually altered because they reacted with some sort of silica-rich fluids, forming this secondary orthopyroxene. And if the reaction actually progressed or is completed, we think that the orthopyroxenite, so this rock type, which is now completely composed of orthopyroxene, was actually generated through this particular process. So in addition to dunites and orthopyroxenites, we also observed under the microscope the clinopyroxenites, gabbros, and hornblende. So here in this panel, this light brown stuff would be clinopyroxene, and this darker brown stuff would be hornblende. So for my students, they should be able to remember, for my students who are here today, I often teach this in class that clinopyroxene, if you put it in the presence of water, it's usually altered to hornblende. And this is a very classic example of that. So we see the hornblende sort of already starting to replace the primary clinopyroxene in this particular sample. In addition, this panel here is for the gabbros, and we can see that these are the plagioclases. These are patches of clinopyroxene, and at the same time, we also observe the occurrence of hornblende here. And then in the lower panel, these letters G and H, these are photomicrographs of hornblendites. So it means that the samples are now completely just composed of hornblende. So if we relate this to to the dunites and orthopyroxenites, in this type of lithologies, we also see alteration or metasomatism in the form of the alteration of the clinopyroxenes to hornblende. And we analyzed these samples using the electron probe microanalyzer at UP-NIGS. And for the first panel, I'm sorry it's a bit busy because there's a lot of data plotted here. But first, this type of diagrams are commonly used for this type of pathological studies. And the first diagram shows us nickel weight percent versus olivine forsterite content. And olivine is a typical mineral in ultramafic rocks, or particularly in peridotites such as dunite. And as I mentioned earlier, the diagram is a bit busy, but kindly focus on the squares because that's our data. And the other points here, or the other data set here, are data from other xenoliths in other ARC localities. So what is the main point of this diagram? We can clearly see that if this is the olivine mantle array, most of our samples actually plot from this field. So you see here, there's a lot of boxes just plotting away from this field, and some of the samples appear to follow this line here, which is what petrologists call as the fractional crystallization trend after Takahashi and others in 1986. And then on the other, on this right side panel, this field here bounded by these two lines would be the olivine spinel mantle array. So if the rock is actually typical or were formed in the mantle, then we should expect that this the sample should plot within this field. We should plot within the osma. But as you can clearly see, our samples actually plot outside of this field, and it seemed to follow these arrows indicated as fractionation trends. So the main takeaway from these two slides is that most probably our samples are not really mantle-derived samples. So the dunite that we are looking at is not were generated at shallower depths. They were formed via fractional crystallization and were most probably cumulate in origin. And we also look at the mineral chemistry of the gabbros. So on the left side, you're looking at magnesium number versus Al2O3 content for the clinopyroxene. And the highlight here is that this blue diamonds would be clinopyroxenes in the clinopyroxenite, which shows lower Al2O3 weight percent and higher magnesium number compared to the gabbros. And then here on the second panel, we see anorthite content of the plagioclase and then plotted against the clinopyroxene magnesium number. So as we can clearly see here, the plagioclase shows high anorthite content. And this is, which is actually common for plagioclases in arc magmas. So basically these two diagrams indicate indicate formation of these rock types in the presence of arc or hydrous magmas. And so for the highlights for the Sabtang Island, so basically we found different lithologies ranging from dunite, clinopyroxenites, hornblende gabbros, as well as hornblende xenoliths. And we think that these were formed as cumulates at the basal section of the volcanic island arc. So based on our density and pressure calculations after Jaguts and Ben in 2013, we think that these rocks were formed at least at 21 to 26 kilometers for the gabbros. And for the clinopyroxenites, we think they were generated or formed at depths of 15 to 32 kilometers. So this values actually corresponds to the cross-mantle boundary beneath island arc systems. And another highlight that we observed is that all the types of lithologies we observed actually show or recorded some sort of alteration because of their interaction with silica-rich fluids, which percolated in these different rock types. So that's for the data we had on Sabtang Island. And moving on, we go to Mount Pinatubo, which is located here in Western Luzon. So I guess everybody is quite familiar with Mount Pinatubo because it infamously erupted on June 15, 1991, as also mentioned by Dr. Solidum this morning. And this is the present day crater of Mount Pinatubo, which was formed after the 1991 eruption. It's quite a nice view, but unfortunately for our study, we didn't actually find any xenoliths here. So we collected the xenoliths in Mount Pinatubo from the lahar deposits along the O'Donnell River, which is one of the major rivers draining Mount Pinatubo. So just to give you an idea how big or how wide this sampling area was, these are my colleagues. This is Arai Sensei, my professor from Kanazawa University, and Yoshikawa-san of Kyoto University during the time when we collected the samples. So what we did was just walk around this area and trying to find some mantle-looking rocks. And fortunately, we were lucky and we found this type of rocks. So we found coarse-grained mantle xenoliths as well as fine-grained mantle xenoliths. So for this panel on the left, these are very typical of what we call as mantle peridotites. So the very greenish color is due to the presence of olivine or peridot. So kaya siya green in color. And then here on the right side, we also see the fine-grained type of xenoliths. And because it is fine-grained, we cannot clearly discern the mineral boundaries comprising these particular lithologies. And we collected quite a lot of samples. We gathered about 90 samples. And in terms of lithological variation, these were dominantly harsh bergites and dunites. But we were lucky enough to actually find one rare spinel lherzolite. I'll be explaining the importance of this sample in the succeeding slides. So it's quite tiny. It's just this big. However, we got a lot of info from this particular sample. And this, again, we did petrographic work. So these are some photomicrographs of the lherzolite. And the lherzolite actually shows typical porphyroclastic texture, usually associated or usually observed in mantle peridotites. And if we look at the mineralogy, it's very classic. You have olivine, clinopyroxenes, orthopyroxenes, as well as reddish-brown spinel, such as these ones here. And then to a certain extent, we also see some sort of alteration. You can see here that the clinopyroxene is actually mantled by amphibole. And this other panel here just shows us the abundance of clinopyroxene in this lherzolite, because for a rock type to be called a lherzolite, there should be at least more than 5% modal occurrence of clinopyroxenes and orthopyroxenes. So this lower panel shows us beautiful grains of clinopyroxene occurring in this lherzolite. And for the harsh bergites, we observe, preserve, as well as metasomatized or altered textures. So here in the upper panel, these are the typical textures in the coarse-grained harsh bergites, which has primary orthopyroxene, olivine, spinel, as well as a bit of amphibole. But here in the second panel, we clearly see advanced stages of metasomatism or alteration. So we see spinel, some olivine here, and then we also see the occurrence of amphiboles as well as secondary orthopyroxene. And as discussed earlier for subtang, we often say that this secondary orthopyroxene is formed due to the interaction of the original material in the peridotite with that of the arrival or the occurrence of fluids. And for mineral chemistry, again, these are some diagrams normally we usually use for this type of studies. So the first one actually shows data for spinel. Spinel is a very important mineral in studying mantle peridotites, because even if alteration happens, supposedly spinel is not easily altered. So it keeps a record of the magmatic process under experienced by the rocks. So here on the x-axis, this is magnesium number, or basically a measure of the ratio of magnesium and iron. And here on the y-axis, this is chromium number, a measure of the ratio of chromium and aluminum. So if we look at the data for the lherzolite and harsh bergites from Mount Pinatubo, we see that they show a wide range of chromium number from this point until here for the lherzolite. But for the lherzolite, we can clearly see that they tend to cluster at the lower chromium values compared to the Harshbergites. And then here in panel B, we also see, again, olivine forsterite content plotted against nickel oxide weight %. And here we can see that this is most of the samples actually plot within the olivine mantle array. So a lot of them actually falls within this field here. And then in the lower panel, this is a graph showing spinel chromium number versus the sodium oxide present in the clinopyroxene. So we see very, very low values for the of sodium in the clinopyroxene in the lherzolite. Again, this is a typical geochemical signature for abyssal peridotites. So the main takeaway here is it seemed like that these peridotites are actually derived from the mantle. And but if we look at the details, where as shown here in this diagram, we see olivine forsterite content versus spinel chromium number. And again, we plot here the data that we have for the lherzolites as indicated by the blue diamonds, and the Harshbergites are indicated by the circles. So if we just follow partial melting process in the mantle wedge or during the partial melting event, we should expect that the rock type should follow this orange line here. So this is the partial melting trend. So as the partial melting increases, we would expect that the sample becomes, the olivine in the samples will show higher forsterite content and higher spinel chromium number. And then on the other hand, if we focus our attention to this set of Harshbergites here, it seemed like that these samples actually show shifted or lower olivine forsterite values. So it's plotting towards this lower forsterite value content. So this signifies that maybe the lherzolite, which shows very clear abyssal, or which shows affinity as which shows abyssal affinity, is not directly related to the Harshbergites. Kasi yun nga, iba yung trend nitong pinapakita ng Harshbergites. So if they were correlated with each other, we should expect that this Harshbergite should have plotted somewhere around this part of the diagram. And actually this arrow here also indicates the metasomatized trend for the Avacha xenoliths in Russia. And it seemed like our Harshbergites from Mount Pinatubo tend to mimic or at least plot towards this direction. So what is the highlight for the Mount Pinatubo xenoliths? The first one is that the lherzolite might be a preserved fertile mantle material. So it because of its geochemical signatures showing low chromium spinel and all that, as well as its textures, we think that it is a fertile mantle material. And then for the Harshbergites, especially those showing advanced stages of alteration, we think they signify or they represent materials metasomatized in the subarc mantle. And in this case, in the paper that we did for this work, we actually suggested that the lherzolite may represent abyssal peridotites. And then because of the presence of fluids in the subduction zone or in the mantle wedge area, these are slowly converted to arc peridotites as shown as are indicated by the presence of metasomatized Harshbergites in the area. So in conclusion, Sabtang Island xenoliths are formed as cumulates as the basal section of the arc. And then for Mount Pinatubo, we see here records of the fertile mantle beneath Luzon Arc, as well as the metasomatic or the alteration produced from the presence of fluids in this region beneath the Luzon Arc. And lastly, through these studies, we were able to show that by studying xenoliths, we can have an idea what types of processes are actually occurring beneath the Luzon Arc. And for those who are interested about the details of this study, I would like to recommend the papers that we wrote or we published on this topic. So the first one would be on the Sabtang Island. This was published by Mr. Gabriel Barrera, who was my master's thesis advisee at the time he published this paper, but he's now currently with Kyoto University doing his PhD. And then the second paper would be on the Mount Pinatubo Xenoliths. This paper got published 2 years ago in 2018, and Minerals is actually an open access journal, so you can freely download this paper. But anyway, if you are interested, you can email me or send me a message through Facebook, and I can give you a copy of this paper. And then I would like to extend my thanks to the following institutions for making this study possible. And in particular, I would like to personally thank Dr. or Ma'am Giselle Concepcion, who is here today with us, because actually the funding for this work was provided by her program, the UP Balik PhD program, when she was the Vice President of the Office of Academic Affairs in UP Diliman the year I got back, or I was hired in UP. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Betch. And I wonder if Dr. Aurelio is now also connected again.
I'm in, Alisa. I'm in.
Okay, thank you. So we'll have some of the questions. I think your reply to Brian Marfito wasn't completed earlier, Dr. Aurelio.
Yes, I was about to complete when Zoom booted me out.
Okay. So should you read it again?
So I'm okay. I think it was already read earlier. So yes.
I'm sorry, Dr. Aurelio, would you like to reply to it?
Okay. I'm going through the question now. Rather than using aftershocks, are there other ways to validate if there is an increase or decrease in stress on active faults? So I was saying a while ago that there's this group of seismologists and seismic engineers or earthquake engineers that are suggesting that we can monitor the stress increase or decrease of an area after an earthquake by monitoring water wells. Because in the water wells, they think that the increase in stress or decrease in stress should be reflected in the wells themselves. In other areas, they do borehole monitoring, in situ stress measurements on boreholes. So if there are existing drill holes, or if you have the budget, you drill a hole into the ground as deep as you can, and then there are ways to measure, there are calipers to measure the stresses in those areas. Unfortunately, in the Philippines, it is not quite a common methodology yet, except for geothermal companies. They do in situ stress measurements, as well as petroleum companies. But they do this for their own purposes, meaning, for example, for the petroleum companies, they would be interested in the pressures that are involved in the buildup of the petroleum deposit, for example. But for earthquake studies, it would be good if we can also adopt those techniques. But then it's really costly. It's an expensive exercise. What could possibly explain an increase of aftershocks on an area with a decrease in stress after the 2012 Negros earthquake? I don't know, Brian. I don't know yet, Brian. Perhaps in the future we'll be able to understand. But there could be other factors, as I said. It's not only a matter of one earthquake triggering another. There could be others. And who knows, these faults are actually just behaving independently from one another, but in general, controlled or influenced by a regional regime, which in the Philippines would be a compressional regime at the moment, as we are living in this geodynamic period, which is the compressional regime from the Philippine Sea Plate moving towards the Eurasian Plate. Okay. So should I proceed reading the other questions,
Yeah,
Dr.
I guess
Alisa, or?
the one from Grace Bato, I think she was putting that encoding it while you were talking about your unechelon faults.
Okay. So should I go ahead and read the questions and try to
Yeah,
answer
yeah.
them?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So Grace, actually I've been also chatting with her privately before I got booted out. Doc Au, have you looked at any post-seismic deformation that may confirm the stress changes that you observe beneath Mount Apo? We attempted doing that when we went back a few weeks later when we were starting to do the geophysical investigation of the Anachelon cracks. It is difficult, really, in the field to decipher any post-seismic deformation. Certainly, a remote sensing procedure like an INSAR, interferometric analysis, would be able to do that, but you'll have to run a pass again over the area and see if there is any deformation. And really, it should be a very good technique or methodology to employ in order to see if there's any post-seismic deformation. Very, very good suggestion, Grace. In Mount Apo, okay, so in Mount Apo, I mentioned a while ago that for the geophysical investigation, we collaborated with our colleagues at EDC. And we were also informed that PHIVOLCS actually is monitoring the volcano now in terms of its seismicity. There is a seismic station there, as well as EDC also has lots of, it has a network of seismic monitoring stations for purposes of the geothermal field actually, but are now being also delegated or designated, at least some of them, to monitor the volcano seismically. But deformation-wise, I'm not really sure. Certainly, there should be an activity now to monitor the volcano, whether it is bulging or not, which could be an indication that the stress buildup is true underneath the volcano. By the way, this also now answers a question by Rene Riesa, because he is asking for what evidence would you need for a more definitive conclusion that stress buildup in nearby volcanoes are indeed happening. So I answered in the chat box actually that really the logical procedure would be to monitor the volcano in terms of its seismicity. It could be micro seismicity, very small earthquakes, as well as the ground deformation, whether it's moving, it's bulging or not. And otherwise, as I also mentioned, similar to my answer to Brian, you can do in situ stress measurements, but that would be, as I said, very costly because if you don't have an existing well, and this should be open wells actually, wherein you can put in a caliper to measure the in situ stress. I know that at EDC, at least in the Tongonan geothermal field, they do this regularly for purposes of the geothermal plant. Okay.
I guess
from Deo Llamas, who is yes,
Mario,
sorry?
maybe is it possible for you to reply to him on chat? It's we are a little bit behind on time, so maybe you can reply to him on chat.
Just to mention that Deo is also one of my advisees.
I know.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
But these are not planted questions, mind you.
I don't believe you, Doctor. Not joking. So, si Betch naman,
Okay.
Dr. Payot. Thank you, Mario. Betch, could you explain further the difference between abyssal and arc peridotites in general? This is from Dr. Maglambayan.
Thank you, Sir Vic. Actually, when we say abyssal peridotites, we refer to peridotites formed in the oceanic setting, so preferably at mid-oceanic ridges. And then when we refer to arc peridotites, normally this would be the mantle peridotites occurring in the mantle wedge, so that triangular feature between the subducting slab and the overriding plate. So basically, these are two distinct tectonic settings. However, for the xenoliths in Mount Pinatubo, we found them together. So this actually suggests that to a certain extent, the mantle materials beneath Mount Pinatubo is not homogeneous, and we think there's a mixture there of fertile as well as depleted materials, as indicated by the presence of the fertile rhizolite as well as depleted harshbergites in the suite of xenoliths that we collected in the area.
There was also a question from Julius Pasco, and actually I was also interested in it. Aside from Baguio, Batanes, and Pinatubo, are there any reports or any possibilities, dinagdag ko yun, of other mantle xenolith localities in the Philippines? For example, Taal and Mayon, would it be possible?
Yes, actually, we also went to Mayon and we collected some samples for, we collected some xenoliths from Mayon, but they were rather limited, and most of the samples were gabbros, as well as most of these xenoliths were gabbroic or gabbros, and I actually have one student who was working on this one, and we're still waiting, finalizing our results. For Taal, I'm not so sure if there is somebody from PHIVOLCS or those who are working there who can provide information. I'd be very much interested to work on xenoliths from Taal. But given the presence of numerous volcanoes in the Philippines, I would expect that there should be other localities where we could find xenoliths. Maybe it's just that at this moment, they're not yet recognized or reported yet. So I'll take this as an opportunity to make to ask a favor for geologists who will be doing fieldworks in volcanoes. If you do find xenoliths, please let me know. I'll be very much interested to work on them and to add to the database of xenoliths that we actually have here in the Philippines.
Thank you, Betch. I'd like to, as an interim, I'd like to recognize the people in the audience. Dr. Yumol is here. Dr. De Leon, Tutsi, I believe, is here on her phone. Lisa Manzano, Rene Riesa, of course, Bebet Jamampo, a biologist from UPLB, Dr. Nina Cadiz, is also listening to us, as well as Paul and Denny Bernabe, Rex Kamit, I guess from Canada, Dr. Tariela, of course, yung mga nami-mention, yung mga oldies, ha? So, pag di kayo na-mention, young pa kayo. Siyempre, dapat isama ko si Dr. De Silva para oldies siya kaagad. Of course, our former director, Dr. Vic Maglambayan, along with Dr. Yumul, also was a former director. Geologist, Dean of in the College of Arts and Sciences in UP Baguio, Dean D. Javier also is here. We also have Bing Vargas from PNRI. And of course, si Dr. Carla de Malanta, hindi ko dapat kalimutan, kasama ng mga oldies yon. Thank you also to the people from DOE, PHIVOLCS, MGB, National Museum for joining us, and of course, PNRI. So Betch, maybe it would be, if it's okay with you, pakisagot na rin yung tanong ni Mr. Soberano, ni Noel Soberano, doon sa question niya about the quantity daw of xenoliths, would it be representative enough? Medyo mahaba yung sagot yan. Parang tanong din yan sa mga fossil sa amin. So, tanongin.
Universe na question.
Oo. So, pwede mo sigurong sagutin na lang siya sa chat, no? So we can now move on. So thank you very much, Dr. Aurelio and Dr. Payot, for your talks. Really very interesting. And so we now move on to the next speaker, Dr. Allan Hill Fernando, a colleague from the National Institute of Geological Sciences. Dr. Fernando is now professor at NIGS and actually is a returning deputy director for academic affairs by tomorrow, having finished his sabbatical after Dr. Jenny Ramos ably took over for him for a while. Dr. Fernando obtained his BS and MS in geology at UP and his PhD degree in Hokkaido University in 2006, after which he joined NIGS as assistant professor. He also has a diploma in archaeology from the Archaeological Studies program in 2015. Allan studies calcareous nanofossil biostratigraphy and has been involved in the study of sedimentary basins in the Philippines in collaboration with the Mines and Geosciences Bureau and the National Museum of Nature and Science in Tokyo, Japan. He has authored and co-authored several papers that dealt mostly with the use of nanofossils as biostratigraphic and paleoceanographic tools from the Cretaceous to recent. He is currently involved in research projects on the Cenozoic mollusk diversity in the Philippines and the EIDR program, Ma'am Giselle would be happy, on discovering the world of the very first hominins in the Philippines, geology, paleoenvironment, and paleoecology of archaic hominins in the Philippine Islands, Project 1 Geological Environments. Dr. Fernando's presentation today will focus on the newly discovered fossil localities from these projects. Allan, please take it away.
So can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to start screen sharing.
Yeah, we see it.
We see it already.
Slideshow na lang.
Okay, so good morning to everyone, and thank you very much for the introduction. So I'm Allan Fernando, and I'm from UPNIGS, and my presentation today reports new localities in the Philippines that yielded interesting fossils that we hope to contribute something or a couple of things to the current knowledge on Philippine paleofauna. Before I begin my presentation proper, I would like to acknowledge my co-authors and all the people who have contributed to this presentation. So we all know that present-day Philippines is considered one of the megadiverse countries in the world. And one way to illustrate this is actually to show maps that compare the Philippines with other countries in terms of terrestrial and marine flora and fauna diversity. And based on several studies that have been done so far, the Philippines is considered the country with one of the highest diversities in marine organisms, as well as one of the countries with the highest number of endemic mammals in the world on a per area basis. And knowing this information, one might ask, were we also as biodiverse in the geologic past as we are at present? And to be able to answer this question, we actually have to look for clues in the fossil record, which can provide us information regarding how the Philippines became the center of biodiversity and how the country's unique marine and terrestrial flora and fauna developed. And with the most recent discoveries of fossils in the Philippines in the last few years, there's quite a few during the last 2 years, there seems to be a renewed interest in paleontology in the country. And this renewed interest actually represents both an opportunity and a challenge for us paleontologists, which we hope to address in the years to come. So one of the main motivations of this presentation is actually to let people know that paleontological studies are very much alive in the Philippines, despite the fact that we study long dead remains of plants and animals that have been already preserved in the rock record. Another motivation is actually to educate people or let people know that collecting fossils without proper documentation is actually not the way to do or to conduct a proper paleontological research. Since when you remove a fossil from the site, it diminishes their scientific value and actually deprives the Filipino people of any important scientific information that we paleontologists can gather from them. So at present, there are several institutions and agencies that are actively involved in paleontological research, and these include the NIGS and the Archaeological Studies Program in UP Diliman, the Mines and Geosciences Bureau, and the National Museum of the Philippines. And then, of course, we also have the Paleontological Society of the Philippines, which was relaunched in 2019 and is currently headed by Dr. Payot, who is one of the hosts of this parallel session. So PAASE aims to promote and to develop branches of paleontology in the Philippines. And if you want to know more about the Paleontological Society of the Philippines, you can visit our Facebook page and click the like button. So for the outline of my presentation, I would like to show you these two maps that basically reports the location of sites where vertebrate and chemosynthetic mollusk localities in the Philippines are reported. So the figure on the left shows the map of the different vertebrate localities in the Philippines, while the map on the right shows the two mollusk localities in the Philippines that are chemosynthetic in origin. So my presentation is divided into three parts or three sections, the first two of which will actually deal with the new vertebrate localities in La Union and Palawan, while the third part of my presentation will discuss the chemosynthetic mollusk assemblage in the province of Pangasinan. And what I will do is at the end of each presentation, I will try to discuss the implications of the fossil finds to the current understanding of that particular fossil group or fossil groups in the Philippines, and if applicable, their implications also in the West Pacific region. So most of the studies that I'm going to present today are still ongoing, so all the data that I will present are considered preliminary data. Sorry for that. So the first locality that I would like to discuss is located in the province of La Union, which is located in the Ilocos Central Luzon Basin, which is one of the major sedimentary basins recognized in the Philippines. The basin is filled up with sediments deposited in a wide range of marine environments during the Oligocene to the Pleistocene interval. The youngest sedimentary units in the basin, where the vertebrate fossils are discovered both in Pangasinan and in La Union, are actually deposited in shallow marine to terrestrial environments. And before the discovery of our site in Bacnotan, La Union, the only known vertebrate locality in the basin is located in Anda, Pangasinan, which is shown in this yellow circle here, where remains of stegodon, elephant, rhinoceros, deer, and other vertebrate remains are reported. An example of which is this picture of elephant fossil, which is actually in the private collection of a family in Anda when we conducted our fieldwork in the area last year. So for the fossil locality in La Union, please take your attention to this red box here in the geologic map of La Union, which is the municipality of Bacnotan. So Bacnotan is a municipality in La Union, which is located north of the city of San Fernando. So these figures here show actually the geologic map of La Union and the stratigraphic column of the province, which shows the succession of rock units in the area, showing that the Mortis Formation, which you can see in this upper part of the stratigraphic column, is the youngest unit in the area. So the rocks that we have in Bacnotan is actually underlain by Bacnotan limestone, which is underlain or which is considered a facies of the Mortis Formation, which, as I have mentioned earlier, is the youngest sedimentary unit in the province. Within the Bacnotan limestone, the fossil locality is situated in an ancient channel deposit that is interpreted to have been deposited in a fluvio-deltaic depositional environment based on available sedimentological and paleontological data. And this is a picture of the outcrop where the fossils were collected, showing clearly the channel that eroded through the underlying limestone unit, which is the Bacnotan limestone. It's not very clear in this picture, but actually the base of the channel deposit is composed of fragmented parts of the Bacnotan limestone, suggesting erosion of the underlying limestone unit before the deposition of the interbedded sandstones and siltstones, as well as conglomerate lenses, which comprise these channel deposits. So in the channel deposit, the fossils were collected near the upper and lower parts of the channel within the sandstone units. And grain size analysis of the sandstones revealed the dominance of several components, including quartz and some lithic fragments, which were identified as PAASE fragments, suggesting that they are volcanic in origin. So a picture of the composition of the sediment is shown in this part, showing you clearly that quartz is the dominant component of the sandstone unit. And quartz, by the way, comprise 70% of the sandstone assemblage, or the sandstone component. Other components that we observe in the sandstone include magnetite and planktonic and benthic foraminifera, which were used to interpret and support the deposition of the channel took place in the marine environment. We still haven't dated the channel deposits, but based on the age of the underlying limestone, which is the Baknotan limestone, we consider the fossils Pleistocene in age. The source of the volcanic materials comprising the channel deposits, however, has not yet been determined. And actually, one of my students was going to enroll in the master's program of MIGS, will be the one to study this outcrop and hopefully be able to identify the source of the volcanic materials when he actually does the paleo environment reconstruction of the site during the Pleistocene epoch, which will be part of his master's thesis. And based on the analysis and the samples we have collected so far from the Baknotan outcrop, fossils we have include cervids, bovids, land tortoise, and crocodile, which I will be showing in the next few slides. So these are the cervid teeth fossils. Cervid includes deer, which were collected during the 2019-2020 fieldwork by NIGS and ASP under the EIDR program. So prior to the collection or prior to the fieldwork, which resulted to the collection of these teeth fossils, only 3 specimens were collected from the Baknotan site. Of these 3 bone fragments, 2 are cervid humerus bones, and 1 is a land tortoise bone, which are actually on display at the NIGS Uggaa Museum. So at the time when these 3 bone fragments were collected in the Baknotan area, the source of the fossils have not yet been identified, since the fossils, the bone fragments, were found as floats and are already separated from the matrix. And lucky for us, last year in 2019, we were able to finally find the source where the fossils are coming from, which is the channel deposit, which was eventually followed by a more detailed description of the channel, more detailed description of its extent, and a more systematic collection of samples, which will be used for dating, grain size analysis, and of course, the taxonomic identification of the fossils that we found and we will find in the future within the channel deposit. So one student who is involved in the project is actually doing a preliminary analysis of the bones, the cervid bones that we collected from the site earlier. And what is shown here are the pictures of the bones, which were subjected to morphometric and feature analysis by this master student. And based on his analysis, the bones probably belong to a large unclassified extinct species of deer with a mixture of characteristics from the Timor deer, which can only be found in the Indonesian archipelago, and the Philippine brown deer, which of course is endemic to the Philippines. Although this analysis is preliminary, it is very important because the 2 species are endemic to areas that are already far from each other, suggesting that they definitely have something to do or tells us something about how this extinct species migrated from one place to another place. Based on the available data that we have for the Baknotan site, the bones that we found in Baknotan is the possible ancestor of this Timor deer, which can only be found in the Indonesian archipelago. So it is possible that this extinct species of deer that was present in Baknotan migrated southwards to the Indonesian archipelago and eventually evolved into a smaller, different species of deer after its isolation. So we need more data, we need more specimens from the site in order for us to support this initial model or initial hypothesis. The next slide shows the fossils of the bovine teeth, which were also collected during the 2019-2020 fieldwork by NICS and ASP. And similar to the cervid bones and teeth that were shown in the earlier slides, analyses of the bovid fossils are still ongoing. So we still don't know whether they belong to a new species or to something that has already been described. But if it's going to be a new species, it's going to be a great contribution to the Pleistocene vertebrate fauna inventory of the Philippines, given that the last described extinct species of bovid in the country was in 2006, when the Cebu dwarf buffalo, or Bubalus cebuensis, was formally described from Cebu Island. And a figure on the lower right of this slide shows the reconstruction of what the Cebu dwarf buffalo looks like in comparison with the Philippine carabao and the tamarao, which can only be found in Mindoro Island. So more analysis of the bovid bones will be done later when we collect enough specimens to do a more detailed taxonomic description and analysis. And lastly, we have this crocodile tooth that was also recovered from the channel deposit in Bacnotan, La Union, which is actually very large, approximately 3 inches in length. Although crocodile bones have already been described and reported from the Cagayan Valley Basin, correct me if I'm wrong for those of you who are actually working at the National Museum, but this crocodile tooth is probably the first crocodile tooth fossil found in the Philippines. And based on its large size, it's approximately 3 inches in length, the tooth could have actually come from a saltwater crocodile or Indo-Pacific water or Indo-Pacific crocodile, also known as Crocodylus porosus, which, as you can see in this figure on the left, evolved sometime during the Pliocene epoch. This figure on the left, by the way, is from the paper of Broku in 1997, showing the stratigraphic distribution of the different Crocodylus species. And you can see clearly in this figure that Crocodylus porosus evolved during the Pliocene epoch. If our identification is confirmed, then this could be the earliest record of Crocodylus porosus in the Philippines. So aside from crocodile tooth, we also have some reptile bones recovered from the site as well, but we have yet to determine their taxonomic affinity, whether they belong to the same specimen where the tooth came from, or whether they belong to a separate reptile or a separate individual that's also present in the Bacnotan site. So right now, we are working with Crocodylus porosus Incorporated through Sir Rainier Manalo in an attempt to reconstruct the size of the crocodile where this tooth came from, which is going to be based on the tooth-skull size ratio, which we hope to do after the pandemic. But comparing the size of this tooth with the size of the teeth from the present-day Crocodylus porosus, probably we are dealing with a crocodile that is probably as large as Lolong, which, as we know, is the largest crocodile in captivity until its demise a few years ago. And I think just an additional note, in a separate fieldwork that was conducted also last year, we also found a smaller crocodile tooth fossil in Isabela, which is older than the crocodile tooth that we found in Bacnotan. And the age of that crocodile tooth, which is also smaller in size, is late Miocene in age. So from here, we go to the next site, which is Palawan. So we all know that for a very long time, Palawan has been synonymous with Tabon Man, which was then the earliest human remains in the Philippines until the discovery of the Homo luzinensis in the Cagayan Valley Basin, particularly in Calao Cave. In 2011, Palawan made headlines again when a sirenia, or a dugong fossil, was discovered inside the Puerto Princesa underground river, which is indicated in this geologic map by this red circle here. The Sirenian fossil is found embedded in a limestone that belongs to the late Oligocene to the early Miocene St. Paul limestone, which is best exposed along the road leading to Sabang, Puerto Princesa, which is the area enclosed in this blue box here. In 2016, a local caving group and the Palawan Council for Sustainable Development reported the occurrence of fossils in one of the tower karsts in Puerto Princesa City, south of the Sirena locality. And this locality is indicated by this red star located in Barangay Tagabinet. So after the report of the caving group and PCSD, a reconnaissance fieldwork was immediately conducted to assess the site and to document the fossils inside the cave. Due to the fragile nature of the bones and the difficulty in removing them from the surrounding matrix, which is really hard, we decided to leave the fossils intact and plan our next fieldwork. But this time we're going to be joined by experts in this particular fossil group coming from Taiwan and of course the Philippines. And lucky for us that the site is well protected by the locals, is under the strict management of PCSD, ensuring that the fossils will be safe until we conduct our detailed study, hopefully after the pandemic. This is the tower karst where the fossils were discovered. So the fossils are situated approximately 25 meters from the forest floor and can only be accessed through rappelling. And the fossils are located further from the main entrance of the cave and can be accessed by passing through cracks and holes that are big enough to allow just one person to pass through. So it's really difficult to access the site, which is really good because that would prevent people from illegally collecting the fossils before we conduct our detailed study. And what do the fossils look like? So these are the fossils that were found inside the cave, inside the karst tower, which were identified to belong to a cetacean, a group of animal that includes dolphins and whales. Unlike the Sirenian fossil, however, which was found within the limestone, the cetacean fossils were observed embedded within sediment-filled fractures within the limestone, which is shown very clear in these pictures as the yellowish brown material surrounding the different skeletal elements, which is in great contrast to the color of the limestone in some of the pictures here, which are light or white in color. So what's the implication of finding these cetacean fossils inside the sediment-filled fractures? This suggests that the cetacean fossils are younger than early Miocene. They're younger than 16 million years old and is therefore younger than the dugong or Sirenia fossil discovered in the underground river. Although one problem right now is that we don't have any datable material at present, which prevents us in having a more accurate determination of its age, which again, hopefully, we will be able to do after the pandemic, after we have collected the bones, and after we have collected the matrices for possible dating of the fossils and the sediments within the fractures. So preliminary identification of the bones present inside the karst tower suggests the presence of different skeletal elements, including thoracic vertebra, possible ribs, limb, long bones, and even a humeral bone or a humerus. Many other skeletal elements are present, but we cannot identify them with certainty unless we remove them from the matrix, which we hope to do very soon. And for those of you asking or who's going to ask about the preservation of the bones, they are very well preserved because you can see that the internal structures of the bones are still visible, and the bones show very minimal evidence of permineralization and replacement. And these characteristics of the cetacean bones inside the karst tower is actually another supporting evidence that indeed the cetacean bones are definitely younger than the surrounding limestone unit, which is of course the St. Paul limestone. So why is this fossil find important? Well, aside from being the first cetacean fossil record in the Philippines, the fossils, in addition, represent an opportunity to provide information regarding cetacean evolution and dispersion in the West Pacific region. So if you're going to look at this map, where cetacean fossils have been reported, you can see that the West Pacific region is data deficient, with the exception of Taiwan and Japan, where most data are actually coming from. Therefore, if we are going to conduct a detailed study of the cetacean fossils in Palawan, it will definitely help in elucidating the evolutionary history of the dolphins in the West Pacific, as well as add knowledge to the aquatic vertebrate paleofauna of the Philippines, which are rarely discussed and studied in the country, despite the fact that the Philippines has a lot of sedimentary rocks that were deposited in the marine environment. So we have to take note that prior to the discovery of the Sirenia and cetacean fossils in Palawan, much of what is known about the vertebrate fossil record in the Philippines are from terrestrial vertebrates. And I think it's high time that we focus our attention to this important group of animals, which again can provide insights how the Philippines became a center of biodiversity with respect to these marine organisms. So for the last part of my presentation, which is on the chemosynthetic mollusk locality in Pangasinan, I'd like to acknowledge my student, so Clarence Magtoto, who is actually the one who conducted the detailed study of this site in Pangasinan. So he is now preparing a paper regarding the geology and the taxonomy of the chemosynthetic bivalves that we discovered in this particular site. But before I show you what information we have so far, let me just give you a brief background on chemosynthetic habitats and the process of chemosynthesis. So environments with little or no photosynthetic activity and instead have high sulfur and or methane production levels are usually associated with chemosynthetic habitats, examples of which include cold seeps, methane seeps, hydrothermal vents, and even sunken organic remains, which are very common in the open marine environment. Chemosynthetic habitats can also be found in environments with relatively high photosynthetic activity, such as estuaries, mangrove swamps, and even seagrass beds. The main process used by some organisms in these chemosynthetic habitats to convert inorganic matter into organic matter is through the process known as chemosynthesis, which relies on energy sources such as elemental sulfur, hydrogen sulfide, molecular hydrogen, and so on. And among the organisms that are common in the fossil record associated with chemosynthetic habitats are the chemosynthetic bivalves. And what are these chemosynthetic bivalves? These are mollusks that survive through the hosting of chemoautotropic bacteria in their tissues for energy production and carbon fixation. And in the Philippines, the first documented occurrence of chemosynthetic mollusks is in Leyte, where a recent study, which is going to be published very soon, supports the important role of the Philippines in generating biodiversity in the Indo-Pacific region with respect to chemosynthetic bivalves, and which also actually strengthens an earlier idea that the Philippines is a center of biodiversity, specifically for some families of this peculiar mollusk, like for example, for the family Lucinidae. So in this study that was conducted in Leyte, they were able to identify more than 20 new species of these chemosynthetic bivalves, which again suggests that the Philippines is indeed a center of biodiversity for this particular group of marine organisms. In Pangasinan, the chemosynthetic mollusk locality is located in the Northern Cement Corporation quarry in Barangay Labayug in Sison. And these two figures shown in the map are the geologic map of the quarry area and an example of an outcrop of the late Miocene Amlang Formation where the chemosynthetic mollusks were observed. So where in the Amlang Formation the chemosynthetic bivalves were observed, they were observed in blocks, in rock fragments that are incorporated within the conglomerate layers of the Amlang Formation. And using planktonic foraminifera, the blocks were dated as early Miocene, suggesting that they were reworked along with the chemosynthetic bivalves from an older sedimentary unit that eventually was incorporated within the late Miocene Amlang Formation. And these are some of the pictures of the blocks that were observed in the different stratigraphic levels within the quarry area, which, as you can see, are composed of indurated dark gray siltstone and sandstone units, and dense accumulation of mollusks, which are represented in these blocks by these white materials here, which we were able to separate from the matrix in order for us to do taxonomic analysis. And in order for our colleagues from Sweden and Japan to do identification, what mollusks are present in these blocks, which are very common in the area. The matrices of the blocks, by the way, were also subjected to carbon isotope analysis in order for us to infer the depositional environment of this chemosynthetic mollusk. So this is the picture of the mollusk after they were separated from the blocks. So some of them were separated using a micro drill or a dental drill, because as I have said earlier, the blocks are very indurated. So we really have to use not really sophisticated equipments, but we need to use a lot of things in order for us to separate these bivalves. And based on the analysis of our colleagues from the National Museum of Nature and Science in Tokyo and from the Swedish Natural History Museum, they were able to identify that the chemosynthetic mollusk assemblage in Pangasinan consists of 6 families of chemosynthetic bivalves, 14 genera, of which 1 is a new genus, which will be named after Season Pangasinan, and 19 species, of which 8 or possibly more are also new to science. They were also able to identify a lot of gastropod species in the assemblage, of which 1 is also a new gastropod species. So these bivalves and these gastropods, they form what we call the Miocene cold seep molluscan assemblage in Season, Pangasinan. So based on the known habitat preference of the chemosynthetic mollusk, and based on the carbon isotope analysis and the values measured from the matrices of the blocks, it is inferred that the fossils represent a cold seep assemblage. So it's either a methane seep or an environment that actually experiences a lot of organic decay. And based on the age of the blocks, which is early Miocene, this assemblage is also so far considered the oldest chemosynthetic mollusk fossils in the Philippines. Because if you're going to compare this with the mollusks that we discovered also in Leyte, the mollusks are only Pliocene and Pleistocene in age, which is definitely younger than the early Miocene that we identified for the mollusks in Pangasinan. So the big question now is, where are the blocks coming from? So we are looking at the possibility of zigzag formation as the possible source of the blocks based on the age. But looking at previous studies that actually concerns age of the rocks that we have in the Ilocos Central Luzon Basin, no such fossils were reported from the formation in other in the area. So we are still looking at the possibility that the blocks could have been sourced elsewhere, could have been sourced from another sedimentary unit, that at present we don't have any answer at all. So that's again another future study or another study that we will do in the very next feature. And based on the number of the new species that we recovered from the site, this study also supports the model or the earlier idea that the Philippines is indeed a biodiversity hotspot with respect to chemosynthetic mollusks. So for future plans, so we still need to do a lot of analysis. We still need to do a lot of fossil collection. But of course, the ultimate plan is to publish our results and again, be able to contribute to the understanding of the Philippine vertebrate and molluscan paleofauna and inspire, of course, a lot of people to pursue a career in paleontology, not necessarily vertebrate paleontology, but paleontology in general. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Allan. The question and answer portion will be after the next talk. And so we will reserve it for that. So in the meantime, maybe Dr. Fernando, you can view some of the questions already and get ready for them after the next talk, which may I turn over the floor to Dr. Concepcion. Giselle, are you there?
Yes, yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Alisa. And we come to the final talk in this session. And I'm very excited to introduce the next speaker, none other than my co-host, Dr. Alisa Peleo Alampay, Professor of Geology at the National Institute of Geological Sciences at the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and currently the Assistant Vice President for Academic Affairs in charge of quality assurance of the University of the Philippines system. She heads the NanoWorks Laboratory, forgive me for that phone ringing, NanoWorks Laboratory at NIGS, doing research on fossils to understand the Earth's geologic history. Alisa is also the faculty in charge of the NIGS UPGAA Geology Museum. She obtained her bachelor's and master's degrees in geology at the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and her Ph.D. in Earth Science at the Scripps Institute of Oceanography, University of California, San Diego, USA. Dr. Alampay was a Balik Scientist Awardee of the Department of Science and Technology and was awarded as one of the nation's outstanding women in nations science, the prestigious Towns Award in 2007. So, Dr. Alampay, take it away.
Thank you very much, Giselle. So not by design, but Allan and I are actually we have complementary talks. Do you see my slide now? Is it visible?
Yes, we do. You could
the slideshow.
Yeah,
okay.
Load up to the slide.
So it turned out not by design, but it's complementary. I guess it's natural because we belong to the same lab. Allan talked about the big fossils, and I'm going to talk about the small fossils, which is our core competency in the laboratory and actually at NIGS. Magandang tanghali po sa lahat. Abutin na tayo ng lunch. Pasensya na po. Sana po mapagtiyagaan niyo pa yung talks. I hope you can still hang around for the talks and the question and answer later on. I am joined in this paper by colleagues, of course younger than me, by Allan and Azar, Doms, Jaan, Dois, and Debs, all of whom are or were with the NanoWorks Laboratory at different times in their lives. Some of them have moved on doing their PhD. So Doms is in Toronto. Jaan has moved on to the National Museum. Dois is now teaching at Ramon Magsaysay in Zambales, while Debs is doing her postdoc in Salamanca after finishing her PhD in Bremen in paleoceanography. So the talk is really about microfossils. So I just made it a little bit more popular by saying that they're tiny marine creatures of the past. Really, it's all about micropaleontology and what we've been doing in the lab in the last several years. So I guess I have to start with this in case there's people in the audience who are not familiar with what fossils are, but I know that most of you are because a lot of the attendees are geologists. So because they're the most tangible records of life on Earth, there's nothing else that's left on Earth except these fossils from rocks. They're also important for dating our rocks and for paleo-environment reconstruction. And I think Allan has shown that in his talk earlier. At the same time, we do correlation using fossils, of course. Correlation being a very powerful tool for geologists, which allows us to match rocks and outcrops and mountains and rivers, I guess, with each other so that we can put together the history of the area. And they're important also because they're our natural heritage. Before I begin my talk, before I go on, let me say that fossils are actually not rare at all. Some people think that they are, but actually they're not. They're actually around us. It's just that it takes a trained eye to be able to see them. Now, why do geologists study fossils? Because fossils are found in sedimentary rocks, and sedimentary rocks actually comprise about 75% of the rocks on the surface of the earth. So that's why there's really quite a lot of them on the surface. The surface also of the earth is about 75% ocean, and that ocean at the bottom of it is sediments, which are also the purview of geology studies, because those sediments actually later on become rocks also. And those sediments are deposited over millions of years on the sea bottom. Some of them end up on land. And so we study those sections by hiking through mountains and doing geological fieldwork and doing sampling. But really, a lot of the things that we see in the fossil record are actually in the marine realm. That's why the large fossils that Allan and colleagues were able to find in those areas in the Philippines are actually quite very interesting and very elucidating in terms of our more recent history of the islands. Seafloor sediments are almost, it's a large part of it is composed actually of plankton. So it's something that many people don't know, and that's the reason why we geologists study it, because the surface of the earth actually is covered by plankton. And the geologic history of the Philippines is also largely marine. We're a very young terrain, relatively speaking, geologically speaking, and most of that history is actually underwater, under the sea. As Dr. Mario Aurelio will attest. So as you can see from this map, I circled here the biogenous sediments. All the green parts are actually biogenous, which means these sediments in the oceans are actually made up of skeletons, or the hard parts of these plankton that died, and when they died, they became sediments. Well, not the plankton itself, but the skeletons of these plankton became part of the sediments, to the extent that some of the sediments are actually oozes already of particular either siliceous or calcareous protists that used to live on the surface of the ocean. So these are the Fab Four in microfossils. These are the superstars when it comes to the minds of the geologists. We use them in order to date rocks. Not date as in, sometimes my students in Geology 1 would laugh when I say date rocks, but it's actually a technical term that means that we give ages to these rocks using these fossils. In particular, coccolithophores and foraminifera are favorites in the laboratories in the Philippines because of the ease in which we can process them. And at the same time, a lot of previous work has already been done in terms of the extent or the occurrences in the sediments. So once you see certain types of foraminifera or coccolithophores, they can already be identified. You can already give a numerical age to that particular rock or sequence. Diatoms and radiolarians are actually also very important, especially in colder areas of the oceans and in some areas where the calcareous, where carbonate precipitation is not ideal. So when you have cooler situations in the oceans, you may have more of the siliceous components in the assemblage. Okay, so just to show you that they're quite diverse in terms of geometric form and in terms of composition, especially the foraminifera. They've played around a lot with the calcareous composition. Some of them are glassy and some of them have used sands, actually even coccolithophores as part of their skeletons. Coccolithophores, as you see on the right, these are SEM photos, they're quite small. And that's also the reason why micropaleontology has also diversified into this field, because of their size. When you only need the tip of a toothpick, that amount of sample, in order for you to be able to analyze and give the age or the paleo environment of a particular section, because these things are quite small, the coccolithophores. Whereas when you use foraminifera, you really have to wash the sediments, sieve them, and then pick them one by one. So with the coccolithophores, it becomes easier. So they're very good complementary microfossils to study in the sediments. And in the Philippines, a lot of micropaleontology, micro meaning small, and paleontology, the study of fossils, has really been around for quite a while. Even before the Department of Geology and Geography was named in UP Diliman, there was already a micropaleontologist, Professor Gutierrez, Fernando Gutierrez, who also became department chair of that department, which was the precursor for NIGS. No? And so in the early days, I just got images from the internet of these microscopes, but the SEM is actually in our lab. In the early days, they only had really the microscope without having to use electricity, just using sunlight, and so it was very difficult to see the smaller stuff. And so that's why the coccolithophores did not get any focus. No? Micropaleontology has been around because there was a need for micropaleontologists for petroleum exploration to give age dates to the sequences that were coming out when they were drilling rocks in the ocean floor. But at the time, there was not much research drilling going on. It was mostly really for exploration. It wasn't until later when technology was able to come up with stronger microscopes, and now it's become a little bit more cheaper. It used to be the price of these microscopes used to be like Mercedes-Benzes in Germany, very expensive microscopes, millions. Now they're going down to less than million, and so it's become a little bit more affordable for projects to get them. But we now have in our lab also a scanning electron microscope, which allows us to get to take images of these coccolithophores, especially the small ones, and look at their textures and identify them better. All of this also, the progress in the research in micropaleontology would not have happened if we didn't have ocean-going research vessels where scientists can stay for 2 months at a time, like for example, enjoy this resolution, and or 2, 3, 4 weeks, a month at a time in the smaller vessels. These two vessels, actually, some of us have been fortunate enough to be able to get on board these vessels. The one at the bottom, the BRP Gregorio Velasquez, used to be actually RV Melville, which was owned by Scripps before, no? Where Dr. Solidum and myself actually graduated by coincidence. And also, I was happy to note that of the 5 speakers, turns out 4 of us were able to get on Joy This Resolution at some point in our lives, now, which was really a highlight in our careers also. So what are coccolithophores? They're known also as calcareous nanoplankton, so that sometimes you call them nanoplankton or nanos or nanofossils or coccoliths. No? And you'll see why. Coccoliths are actually the component skeletons of these organisms. They're algae. They're like plants. So they're photosynthetic. That's what autotrophic means. So they're marine haptophytes. They have an additional haptonema or the flagella for food gathering and other things. They're microscopic. The spheres or the cocospheres pictured here on the right, these are colorized SEM photos, are about 5 to 100 microns in size, while the coccoliths or the liths, the ones on top there, which are disaggregated from the cocospheres, are only about 2 to 25 microns. So we really need powerful microscopes in order to be able to see these guys. But once you see them, they're actually very nice to look at, and well, I guess it just takes we just love them, but I guess that is relative. No, some people don't like to look down the microscope. So they have tiny bodies which are composed of calcium carbonate or calcite, or they are calcareous, and they're major contributors to carbonate sediments since the Cretaceous and even a little bit earlier. And the Cretaceous period is of course the time when the dinosaurs still roamed the earth. Now, coccolith studies in the Philippines have actually varied in terms of how we collect them. And for a time, especially when I came back from my PhD, I did not have too many resources. There was not much support from agencies, and we were still struggling. And so, sariling sikap, I don't know how you can translate that, but we'd often just hire a motorboat, a banca, and then either dive for it without the scuba, of course, or just go down if it's shallow enough, get the sediments and put it in plastic bags or in containers, or else we'd use the grab sampler, as is pictured here. If we're lucky enough, we get on research expeditions, which we call cruises. They're not actually vacation cruises, but expeditions where you tend to be muddy at the end of the day, because you have to take the mud out of the collecting samplers, from the samplers. So, and it can be very muddy. You have to sometimes shovel out the mud that comes from the ocean bottom. Very exciting, because you know that when you look down the microscope, there are really a lot of organisms that are actually living in them or used to live in them or were recorded in these sediments. It varies, the coring varies, and later on you'll see how big of how big an expedition can be or how small it can be. As I said, it's either you're on a bangka or else you're in a large drilling ship where there are other people specialized to do the work, and you get the samples, and you can readily use a microscope or an SEM on board or other geochemical equipment in order to in real time, I guess, almost real time, look at the samples without having to go back to the lab or to your house for 2 months. We also look at land sections. That's why, as you can see from the picture there are many opportunities, especially when we have graduate classes or undergraduate classes, to look at outcrops. We also have some projects, although it's not usually a priority area. These projects, they do not have very direct resultants, I guess, to humanity, especially now with COVID, But then, in terms of the long-term, I guess, returns to humanity, it's very important for us to understand these fossils, because it gives us it puts context into our lives as humans. We also look at sediment traps, and I'll explain what those are later, and also seawater samples, and this is where we pretend to be biologists, but we're not. In terms of certain surface sediments, I'll just give you some examples of what we've been doing in the lab. So this is a project that we did early in our lives because we didn't have money, and so we went to together with Dr. Siringan and some other colleagues. Allan was still quite young then. We went to these bays and started collecting samples. And at the time, it seemed like a lost cause for me as a coccolithophore person, because really I needed deep sea samples, but I didn't have a research vessel nor the means to go out and be included in a research expedition, being in the Philippines at the time. But it turns out that these studies were very helpful, not only to train or mentor graduate students, but at the same time, they really are contributions. In the end, I finally found out they were contributions to knowledge about coccolithophores, because not many people were looking at the near shore or the marginal sea areas at the time, especially in the low latitude areas in the tropics, because they thought that in the past there was not much change. But of course, when we looked at the sediments and in the water column, we found that there really was diversity, but at the same time, there was a special peculiarity about the assemblages that we were seeing. In particular, it's an oligotrophic, low nutrient conditions, and these coccolithophores really are very good indicators of how nutrient-rich, how cold or how warm the waters are, or how polluted, I guess, is what you can call it, or how much terrigenous sedimentation has gone into the basin. In many of our studies, this particular species, Gephyrochapsa oceanica, pictured here, has always been the dominant guy, which is very different from reports from around the world where Emiliania huxleyi is always the star. But for our studies here in the Philippines, close to shore, when you face the West Philippine Sea, when you're in our embayments, close to almost little ponds, Gephyrochapsa oceanica would be there. And that's why I put the seal or the logo of NanoWorks Laboratory, thanks to, I think it was Adong who put this together. It's actually in the shape of Gephyrochapsa oceanica, because sometimes that's most of the time that's what you're seeing. And in the middle, of course, is the sample pic. Based on the studies here, it's Gephyrochapsa oceanica that's abundant. Next would be Profunda, which is also another a strange species, which is not usually counted by many micropaleontologists because it looks like a regular calcite crystal, but actually it's a very nice artichoke-looking coccolithophore. And we looked at the Marinduque Bays, the Buwak and Kalankan Bay, because at the time there was a mine spill some decades past, and we wanted to look at the effect of the mine spill on the assemblage of the nanofossils. And Sani De Silva was looking, and his student was looking at the forum side of it. And so, of course, very clearly, because not just because of the mine spill, I guess, but or despite that, because of the sediments that were going into the basin, there really was a dearth or an absence, almost an absence of even this very sturdy Oceanica, Gephyrochapsa oceanica in the sediments at the time. Other studies, of course, Allan's study in the South China Sea was one of the most comprehensive surface sediment studies at the time. We were apprehensive when we were trying to design his thesis at the time, whether this was something that could be acceptable in an ISI journal, because these were surface sediments. And as you can see, because of the reviewers thought that it was a good paper because of the extent of the sampling that was done. The samples here were taken from numerous expeditions on board the RB Sone, of which our colleagues were able to invite us on. And so I think this is probably the samples probably came from 3 or 4 expeditions. I was able to be part of that expedition also. The main resultant here is that on the eastern side of the South China Sea, we have a very different dominant assemblage composed of Gephyrochapsa oceanica. But when you look on the side of Vietnam, it's actually Emiliana huxleyi, and that's because there's a very big and very strong upwelling current or upwelling structure that's here off of Vietnam here, especially when the northeast monsoon, the winter monsoon, happens sometime in Christmas time until about February. And so that very strong upwelling signature gives rise to huxleyi, Emiliana huxleyi, which is actually very common in the open ocean. As I said earlier, it's the star. And so by looking at nanofossils, we can really determine, even in the more recent geologic past, how the climate and actually the oceanographic parameters may affect the lives of these and the production of these nanoplankton or these plankton in the waters. Actually, plankton, because they're phytoplankton, they're eaten by the zooplankton or the animal-like plankton, and these plankton are all eaten by the larger animals like fish. So usually we attribute, when we have increase in production of the plankton, we also think, and there is a correlation with larger fish catch. We looked also in Sulusi, and this is part of Debs Tangunan's thesis, looked at Sulusi, and these were Melville cores. And during the study, we were able to correlate the abundances of the nanofossils. When you look at the graph on the right, the abundances of the nanofossils and particular ratios of nanofossils, profunda and oceanica, for example, and look at the trends and see if they correlate with these particular stripes that are going down here. These stripes are actually younger Dryas. These are very cold times in Earth history. Cold times in Earth history where to some extent, even if they happened, the trigger is in the northern hemisphere, for example, in the glaciers of the northern hemisphere or the ice sheets in the northern hemisphere. Even here in our tropical areas, at the time, we still get the signal from these northern hemisphere climatic events. So that's also a very big revelation for us, because paleoceanographers of the past thought that there was, in the low latitudes or in tropical areas, there was not much change in temperature. And so you would not be able to see any signal of any of these global climatic events. And of course, we're going through one right now. We're going through the global anthropogenic global warming today. But in the past, before humans came into the picture, actually there were natural cold and warm events that were going on throughout Earth history. And these younger dryas, YD, ODR, and ODS here are all parts of that Dryas system, where these are cold spells in our recent Earth history. So these are from sediment cores. And these also, the next slides would be results from cores that were taken from an IODP program, IODP cruises on board the JOIDIS Resolution. As I said, some of us were lucky enough to be able to join these cruises, where for 12 hours a day, for example, it was like going back to my PhD days, just looking down the microscope and processing samples and looking at the lovely nanofossils and being able to give ages in 15 minutes, which some of the geophysicists on board couldn't believe that we could do. I actually had to explain what biostratigraphy and fossils were all about and show them that there are actually volumes attesting to our specializations. So this is part of Dom's Gubalia's thesis, where he was able to refine the age dates that we took, or that we analyzed, or we gave during the expedition. So that line over there is this is the age depth plot. After DOMS looked at more samples, this is the resultant age depth plot. I know that you might think that it looks the same, but actually, because of the way that it is plotted, there's not much. You can't see much of the variability. But this is very important for us, because at each point there, then you are able to calculate the ages of the different parts of the core, the sequences, by using a more refined age depth model. In terms of land sections, as I said earlier, some of these marine sediments have are now available on land because of either tectonic processes or sea level change. And so in the Philippines, we have a lot of these marine sediments. They're all around you, actually. And in a lot of these sequences, especially if they're deep marine sequences, we can find a lot of these nanofossils. This picture on the right are light microscope photos of index nanofossils that we use. This is from a paper by Debs and Tangunan and others, which is an offshoot of a advanced field class, where we went to Samar. And so this is the Katbalogan Formation, where the age of the formation was refined using calcareous nanofossils. So late Miocene to late early Miocene is the age of this particular of this particular formation. Also, in another site, as an offshoot of Geology 170, an undergrad geology course of which Debs was part of, together with members, professors from another lab. They were also able to sample, and Debs analyzed the samples for nanofossils. And because of this, the age, because of the ability to constrain the age of the Balanga Formation, they found that in another part of Mindoro, in the north part also, that there's an extension of the Balanga Formation there. And the Balanga Formation is characterized as having been formed from sedimentation after the Miocene collision of the Palawan-Mindoro block with the Philippine Mobile Belt. So in that sense, nanofossils or fossils can be used to constrain the stories of the rocks, the ages of the rocks, so that we can be more confident in the ages and the stories that we put together. The other way of sampling these microfossils are using these so-called sediment traps. So in the earlier examples, we looked at the sediments already, which have been deposited on the ocean floor. and then even more beneath the ocean floor when you core. But these sediment traps were invented because sedimentologists wanted to collect sediments that were raining down in the water column. So what they do is you leave these funnels. You can have a string of funnels, and I'll show you a schematic in a while. You can leave these string of funnels in the ocean floor anchored using the wheel of a train to the bottom of the ocean floor, thousands of meters, kilometers below. In the South China Sea, for example, we deployed at 4,000 meters, 3,000 to 4,000 meters deep of a water column to the ocean floor. You can leave them there for a year, and then at the bottom, this picture on the left over here shows a grad student taking out the bottles after we've recovered the sediment trap. So that it's a rotating collection cup system, and you can program it to rotate month by month, after you've left it there. And the picture on the lower right here are the collection cups from two traps. And as you can see, there are certain times of the year when you have that black, a lot of the black sediments coming in. So that means that something happened during that time in the ocean column. So here's my favorite animation that's been around for a while. It's just to illustrate to people, what these sediment traps do. And so what happens is that the coccolithophores, whether as spheres or as liths, rain down onto the funnel, and the contents of the funnel are collected into the cups, and we analyze them afterwards. So you now have a monthly and yearly record of the sediments that are present there. So usually when we are on these expeditions, we're in charge of the calcareous nanoplankton, or the coccolithophore part of the sediments. And so we take that out, and we measure the flux, or the amount of the material that goes into the funnels. And so we're able to see, whether it was higher or lower. So in this particular example, which is here which was taken from in the South China Sea, during the northeast monsoon, the shallow trap is getting a lot of the nanoplankton or nanofossils already, because they're already dead by the time they're there. Whereas the deep trap is the one that's getting most of the flux of the nanofossils during the southwest monsoon. And this is largely because of the temperature of the waters at the time. Nanoplankton tend to be not so selective when it's cooler. And so, actually there's usually a lot of them when it's warmer, but in this example over here, the cooler waters are probably coming in from the Pacific, especially during the time of the northeast monsoon. And so it's developing a high productivity area in that particular area of the South China Sea. Another example of how we use these traps and the nanofossils in order to look at the climate of the past, or the recent past, is by looking at El Nino and non-El Nino years. So this year, 1998 and 1999 to 1999, there was a predicted strong El Nino. And so that's why the sedimentologists from the University of Hamburg, led by Dr. Martin Bissner, went to the South China Sea, and we were able to, some of us were able to go with them. And I believe this was also a cruise where other PHIVOLCS geologists were also able to join, along with NIGS geologists. And so this particular trap system was put out offshore of the Philippines, literally in the West Philippine Sea. So these are the depths of the traps on the right there. And so I'm comparing the two traps, and you will see that the maroon color is actually very strong. I was a little bit disappointed because turns out there was this one species, Florisfera profunda, which dominated both seasons, no? The El Nino season and the non-El Nino season. I was hoping for more variability, but in any case, it was a very strong signal, probably because of the dissolution resistance of profunda, but at the same time, because of the nature of the basin. The South China Sea or the West Philippine Sea is oligotrophic, and so it's a very low nutrient area, and we don't have a lot of diversity there, and so there are a lot of opportunists, so-called opportunists. It happens in life that there are always organisms or entities that can take over the niche of somebody else when they're not looking. And so this is what Profunda does all the time, and actually what Gophyrochapsa oceanica, the other favorite in this area, also does. But for this area, it was Profunda that was dominating the assemblage, no? Whether during El Nino or during non-El Nino, the main difference being that there are a little bit more species present, variety of species present or diversity present in during this time. Now, why did this happen? Why is it that Profunda was still overwhelming the assemblage? We found out later that actually the year 1999 to 2000, we were expecting an opposite effect. Apparently, what happened was that it was not a very strong. The El Nino was turned out to not to be that strong, and so the signals were not so in polar opposites of each other. So there was also a lot of rain that happened also during 1999, 2000, and so there was a thick, so-called thick barrier layer. The physical oceanographers call it a thick barrier layer, which actually is really just a freshwater input, most probably from rain or from rivers, nearby rivers, which were putting in a lot of the fresh water in the area. And so it was covering the surface of the sea, of the West Philippine Sea, in that part where we were collecting, and so productivity was low. And it was advantaging the lower photic zone dweller called Profunda in the system. Now, as an offshoot of this work of coccolithophores in the past, or nanoplankton or nanofossils, we had to really look at present day assemblages, the present relatives that live in the ocean of these coccolithophores. And after so much work in nearshore areas, and then sometimes you would be fortunate to be able to get seawater and process it during expeditions, and also asking help from colleagues who were going out to the sea, either using motorboats or using ships. We're able to get quite a lot of samples covering many areas of the Philippines and the surrounding seas. No? And I put in here Hutton, his face, to remind me, why we're doing this. Because, as the adage of most geologists, the present is the key to the past. Really, we cannot say anything about the past or be more detailed about the past if we don't know what's happening today. And so that's why we're trying to study these present day members of the coccolithophores and document it. And so as part also of our public service in a way, and popularizing these tiny creatures, we're now at the last, finally, and Ma'am Carla would be happy, and Ma'am Giselle would be happy to note that we're on the final stages of completing this atlas, and hopefully the UP Press will be able to publish it. We have really nice photos of these coccolithophores, and we think that it's going to be a valuable reference also for our colleagues who are studying it around the world, because there are similar atlases from the Mediterranean, for example, that were produced sometime in the past also. So the next stage in all of this is we found ourselves having so much data. And at the same time, because I was teaching paleontology and historical geology at NIGS, we had this particular chart that all of us memorized since time immemorial. It's called Index Fossils of the Philippines. It looks like this, but this is the revised version. And all of us would memorize it because in preparation for the board exam. It's a very useful reference, because when you're out doing geology in the Philippines, when you consult a paleontologist, you can look at this reference table and sort of understand a little bit, when the paleontologist says it's this particular foraminifera that he or she saw and reported to you, you would know right away what time period you're in terms of the sequences. But actually, when we looked at it more closely, we some of them we were not sure about whether they were index fossils of particular time periods as it was reported. And so we started looking at the index fossils again, and tried to limit it to discrete, with what we call the discrete index fossils, where that particular species a fossil is only found in a particular period, not over a range of periods or epochs, so that it can be more useful. And then we started expanding that to 2 periods or 2 epochs, and so on. And so Zar Carino is actually the one working on this with me. And so started looking at a lot of literature in the past, geologic reports, even field reports that we had at NIGS, and even theses that past master students have written. And at the same time, we also wanted to put it into a more user-friendly format. And so Zar found MapHub, which is also an open source software and which makes an interactive map for you. And this is sort of the boring look of the index fossils, where, as you can see, the age is there, the Pliocene, and these are particular fossils that when you see them, you know right away that you're in the Pliocene. A lot of them now are, when we started documenting them, a lot of them now are calcareous nanofossils. Some of them are foraminifera, large foraminifera. But that is the thing that really struck us, that for the Cenozoic at least, not, of course, I'm not talking about the upper part of the Pliocene or the Pleistocene, where we have a lot of vertebrate fossils also, that most of the fossils are actually either foraminifera or calcareous nanofossils. And so what we did, so that more people can probably appreciate it, is to try to map it on MapHub. So the list on the left are the fossils that we found documented in journal articles, vetted by geologists and paleontologists and I guess archaeologists in the past. So I put an arrow on Coccoliths and Foraminifera because they're usually the ones that are covering the maps. So I'll just go through very fast each of the time periods. So you can still see vertebrates in the younger time periods, but later on it's going to be mostly marine vertebrates and the protists. And we still have plants from this time. And then what we did was each of the icons actually has a reference to it. So that's where the reference is from, the official reference of the particular fossil where it was reported. So this is for the Pleistocene. It's not a comprehensive one, but it's a pretty large database already. So we're now in the Oligocene. This is beyond 25 million years, the Eocene. And so now mostly it's foraminifera. And then when you get to the older parts in the Mesozoic, the radiolarians come in, especially in the areas of Palawan. Now, what's the plan next? Really to expand the database, and the dream is to have a vetted sort of citizens. I don't know if it's going to happen, but expand the database and make it more publicly available by putting it on the website. We just have to make sure that we can do it in perpetuity so that more people can use it. We already have some of our work, especially the microfossils, are in slides. So we would like to put together and have it more organized reference collection of Philippine index fossils, which are really mostly microfossils. And of course, as Allan said earlier, this is really it's our life's work, and at the same time we love these fossils and we have a passion for them, and we would like more people to be able to enjoy them as much as we enjoy looking at them and making it our life's work. We have a rich heritage here in the Philippines of these fossils. And because earth science is now part of the K-12 curriculum, I think that there would be more opportunities and venues for us to talk about fossils and tell people that they're not really rare, they're just around us. No? In the meantime, not only the index fossil work will continue, but of course all the microfossil work continues, the coccolithophore work, diatom, foraminifer work continues. There are a lot of master students in the lab that are trying to finish to complete their work. In the meantime, the ones who have graduated are now off in the world and spreading the word, I guess, of paleontology. So with that, thank you very much for listening. I hope you're still there. Alas 12 na po. Sana hindi pa kayo gutom. Marami pong salamat.
Maraming salamat, Alisa. I think you said it right by saying it's your life's passion, life work and passion. And that's what we always want to know from our faculty and researchers in UP. What's our vision or mission, our plan and our passion, right? And you have your favorite research topics, but then you're also trying to influence the way our youth will pursue research, education and research. Okay. Now, you also said that the present is the key to the past, but you and Allan also showed that the past is the key to the present and the future. See, and really, I have so many common interests with you and Allan because I study the present. So we have been studying the bacteria that are the symbionts of bivalves that are in chemosynthetic environments like muddy water. So we published on the biggest bivalve, that's Cuphus polythalamia, that lives on sulfidic waters. And then I was asking you and Allan about the Lithoredo abatania. This is the bivalve. This is a shipworms that have bacteria, and we've been able to isolate methanotrophic bacteria. And so we're looking for the methane sepages. Okay, but anyway, my interest aside, I think there are lots of questions here. Back to Allan, and then even I think the ones of Betchaida and of Mario have been answered. But if you don't mind, would you like to take the Q&A, Alisa, at this point? I think there are important questions here. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe, Allan, there's a question I see it from Dr. Cadiz. Is it difficult to look for fossils? How many paleontologists are doing work like you in the country? So maybe you can answer that.
Okay. As mentioned already by Dr. Allan, fossils are not very rare in the Philippines, especially when you talk about marine fossils, which are actually very common considering that for a very long time, Philippines was underwater. So I think what's so rare or what's so special about the fossils is that not a lot of people actually study paleontology. And we're, I think, limited to reports, and no recent systematic studies have been done on fossils in the Philippines. So they appear rare, but in reality, they're actually not. Regarding how many paleontologists in the Philippines?
Yeah.
It depends on the specialization. So like, for example, for calcareous nanofossil, we have, of course, our laboratory. But we used to have colleagues from the Department of Energy and from the regional offices of the Mines and Geosciences Bureau were also doing nanofossil studies. But recently, there's a decline in the number of paleontologists working on that particular fossil group. So I must say probably less than 10 people working on calcareous nanofossils, and even less for the other fossil groups.
Yeah.
Like, for example, the vertebrates. There's not a lot of institutions working on vertebrate, remains in the Philippines, except perhaps for the National Museum and the Archaeological Studies program in UP.
Yeah. So we're very thankful that the National Museum and ASP, there's been an influx of new or young blood, no? And so there's plus the National Museum has that really nice building, of course, and so that's really going to contribute to more studies being done. There used to be more. There used to be more of us paleontologists, but we're trying to keep people active by producing more and more masters and PhD students.
Yeah.
There's also a question from Adong. I might have missed it, Dr. Fernando, but could you explain how the surveyed fossils ended up in a marine environment?
Actually, it's not just the cervid fossils, but all the vertebrate fossils were found within the channel deposits. So the assumption is they were all transported. So from terrestrial to the channel deposits, which we interpret to have formed in a transitional marine environment, very close to fluvial environment, because we have a lot of evidence, like, for example, the presence of Austria, the presence of this brackish water specimens or fossils. And then we also have a lot of wood fragments combined with marine organisms like the benthic foraminifera. So we're looking at an environment that's not totally marine, but experiences or actually has some contribution coming from the land or from the terrestrial environment as well. In this case, fluvial environment. That's why I mentioned fluvio-deltaic depositional environment. So it's in a transitional marine setting.
Okay. And Jennifer De Leon Flores is asking whether you're coordinating with the DNR Biodiversity Management Division to be able to help in the protection of excavation sites and also possible support to other needs for the further research if needed.
Yeah, except for Palawan, which we are actually doing with the Palawan Council for Sustainable Development. So we all know that we are very strict in giving permits for research in the island. For the sites in Pangasinan and La Union, actually we don't have any established connection or probably MOU or MOA with BNB. But we are in close coordination with the LGUs and the companies where the fossil localities are situated. So, like, for example, for the site, we got assurance from the company that the channel deposits will be preserved for us to be able to finish our study and be able to collect the fossils in the area. It's within the quarry area, but it's not the rock, or it's not the type of rock they're actually quarrying. It just so happens that the channel was exposed because they have to, I think, remove some parts or some rocks in the area to expose the rocks that they are actually quarrying for, which are the limestones. So, no coordination with the DNR, but we are in close coordination with companies and LGUs in the fossil localities.
Yeah. So maybe in the future when there are...
Yeah, in the future, yeah. Definitely. Especially when an area needs protection. Because when you actually report the occurrence of these vertebrate fossils, or any kind of fossil for that matter, in these areas, people will start to look for fossils and start collecting them without any proper documentation. So it's also a big problem for us because just like what I said, the scientific values of these fossils will be lost forever.
Thomas is also asking Allan whether isolated reports of shark teeth and fish otoliths found in northern Luzon will be studied soon.
Okay, we actually started along with some students doing the like an inventory of all the fossils, vertebrate fossils that have been reported in the Philippines the last few years. And this actually include unpublished and published reports, like for example, museum reports, or displays that we have in the museum, but I think it's too much. So I stopped the collation of all the data, but I think it's very important that we have that data so that we know where we at right now, what still needs to be done, and how else we can improve paleontological studies of other fossil groups in the Philippines, just like what Doms mentioned. Otoliths, the fish otoliths are basically reported in archaeological investigations, but I'm not sure whether anyone is doing any detailed study on fish otoliths. But for shark tooth or shark teeth, definitely a lot of reports have been made, but I haven't seen any published paper so far regarding shark tooth or shark teeth in the Philippines, except for that megalodon tooth that was discovered recently in Maribuhok. But I mean, even that megalodon tooth was collected by a local and was given to the National Museum. So I think no detailed study has been done yet on this fossil group, which I think we as paleontologists, we in the academy should do.
Yeah.
Because it's, again, a very good contribution to Philippine paleontology.
Yeah, we
So
hope
that's a lot of work.
More can join us because, you know, it's just down to a few people now, and the ones who are slightly older than me are now also trying to retire, and so we're losing a lot of specialists. And paleontology is it's hard work in the sense that you are the machine. So it's not as if we have an analyzing equipment ready. It's really the human person that becomes the machine that identifies and analyzes the specimen. So it takes quite some time. Dr. Riesa, Rene Riesa is asking whether there's a branch of paleontology that deals with past organisms or fossils in lacustrine environments, because lacustrine environments were thought of as the source rocks for petroleum deposits here. No? Yes, there is. Our problem is that you need a particular microfossil again, although you can use mollusks, no, Allan? I think you can use mollusks for lake deposits, but for microfossils, the reason we like to use microfossils is because you can get a lot of it from just a small amount of sediments, but you need to study diatoms, for example, and that's another organism. It's hard enough for us to cover Coccolithophorus and Foraminifera. We dabble in diatoms once in a while, but we're really not specialists in it. We were hoping that some of our students would take it on, but wala pa. We haven't been successful in producing a diatom paleontologist yet. We've attempted a few times, but hindi po natuloy yun. Pero totoo, kailangan talagang there needs to be, one of us needs to be, or more of us need to be specializing in the freshwater or the lacustrine environment. No?
So I would like to mention also, there's Kevin Garas here. I see his name here. Yeah. So from the Mines and Geosciences Bureau was also doing research on coral fossils. This time it's on the paleoclimate reconstruction. So it's good that people are branching out to different fossil groups, which actually, again, we have a lot in the Philippines, except that no one is studying them. That's why if you're going to look at all the publications of all the recent fossil finds in the Philippines, you can see that most of them are actually from other countries.
Yeah.
So very few Filipinos actually are involved in this research. That's why even if it's not my specialization, we're all micropaleontologists. So I'm trying my best to be involved in this kinds of research, to have Filipino representation in this very important research.
Allan, Maddie is asking whether the cold seep molluscan assemblages you found indicate that there are organic rich horizons underneath, which may be source rocks for hydrocarbons. What are the implications in finding cold seep assemblages?
Okay, for, I think, Leyte, the age of the chemosynthetic mollusk in Leyte is early, or applies into Pleistocene. And interestingly, Leyte, or that part of Leyte, is actually one of the areas that is being explored for hydrocarbons, if I'm not mistaken. And the hydrocarbons are actually hosted in rocks that are almost of the same age as the chemosynthetic mollusk. So I think we can see some connection. Where we have these chemosynthetic mollusks, there's always a possibility of having this hydrocarbon deposits which could have fed or which could have resulted to the proliferation of these chemosynthetic bivalves in a particular locality. And like, for example, in one of the fieldworks we conducted in Leyte, we observed that some of the chemosynthetic mollusks are actually, what do you call this, concentrated in a structure that was identified to be a chimney, which again is a concrete evidence that in those areas before, when those chemosynthetic bivalves are still existing, there could be like this some sources, hydrocarbon, whether it's methane or something else, organic matter, that's actually feeding the system.
And Nina Cadiz from Biology, IBS in UP Los Baños is asking Dr. Nina Cadiz if it's difficult to be a nanopaleontologist. I wonder how much research funds are given to these noble and significant research works. Actually, we're just faculty members just like you. Dr. Cadiz studies plants. She's a botanist. So we study these fossils that are found in rocks, but it keeps on extending. So you study one and then it's something else. So you need core sediments really to be able to get really nice, diverse coccolithophores. And as I've told you, we've just been opportunists, I guess. There were some cruises or expeditions that went from other countries and universities from other countries that went into Philippine waters, and usually they would need a paleontologist or a nanofossil expert in particular to be on board because they need the ages right away. So that's what I was telling you guys earlier, that in 15 minutes, if you're looking at deep sea sediments, actually you can give the age of the sediments if you're lucky. But it's tiyaga. It's a lot of it's passion that moves us. It's passion that moves us. At the start, we barely could publish any ISI journals because in ISI journals because we really did not have enough analysis that from equipment that we did not have, and so we had to start partnering with colleagues, asking favors. So that we can actually collaborate and be able to fund it. So now we're in a better place. We have an SEM. We have thank you to the Cooperate program. Some of the students have been able to go out in other labs and do the analysis there to complement the paleontological analysis that's being done. Because now more than ever, and even decades before, it has to be, any result has to be multidisciplinary in a way for it to be published. Kevin is asking that aside from oceanographic factors, the subtle variability in coccolithophore assemblage in El Nino and El Nino years could be attributed to the masking of contributing effects of other interannual and seasonal climate modes like the monsoon or the ITCZ. That's correct. Do we have other coccolith studies in the southern Philippines near the West Pacific warm pool that can probably explain the ENSO phenomenon? We have one student, although we're not too sure, George Padre, who's going to study the Davao core, and then one offshore Luzon ba? Allan yun? Or offshore
Mindanao.
Mindanao pa, that's facing the Pacific. He might be able to see something using alkenones, but it's going to be very rough in terms of very specifically saying whether it's an ENSO, there would be an ENSO signal or not. The focus is in looking at the Indonesian through flow and partly also that entire system, but his samples are actually not exactly in the warm pool. We just wanted for him to be able to do a comparison between the ocean, the one that's facing the ocean and the one that's going inside Davao Gulf. And we're happy to have these cores care of cruise that Allan went on a few years back. Okay, so
by the way, ma'am, siguro news. While you were doing your talk, I just received an email from a journal So my paper on the new fossil of Calcareous nanofossil was already accepted. It's named after you. So it's final. It's final already. So
tayong fan dito. Nakakaya. Oh,
I-announce ko na. It's official.
Parang si Ma'am Giselle, ina-announce ko na rin, Professor Emeritus siya.
Wow!
Hapon lang, i-decide ng BOR. So, ikinakalat ko na sa buong mundo.
Congratulations, Ma'am Giselle.
Oo. Yung tinatanong Luis Masigla earlier, is the Philippines less of a paradise for paleontologists like you given its volcano-tectonic setting? If you remember, even though we're an island arc, it's a complex and mature island arc already. So we have a lot of sedimentary rocks covering all of the island arc material. No? So maski na very active ang ating terrain, ang dami nating sedimentary rocks, ang daming basins na napuno. So kaya nga, that's why the Geology of the Philippines is actually organized, that book by Mario and Rolly, is actually organized by basins, is because, you know, we really have a lot of these places where sedimentary material is collected. Okay, so Jaan is giving us information about RA 11333. Okay, and I think Svetlana, I don't know if you're still there, and were you you were raising your hand earlier. I'm not too sure if you still want to ask a question. In the meantime, I would like to thank, there are people on YouTube, geologists on YouTube, Dr. Roger Laraya, Sylvia Ramos, and Ma'am Demta Baluda, who are listening in on us. And Betch, actually, Ma'am Sylvia is asking for copies of your paper. She's interested in your Xenolith papers. If you can send it to her now. We also have Angie Revilla from DOE. And of course, I'm also happy to see Dr. Makandog, I believe from UPLB, also listening in on the talks. I think that's it. Ma'am Giselle, Richmond, would you like to give the ending speech?
Lisa, it's amazing. Thanks for getting this community of scholars and practitioners together. It's a very rich field. It's just showing us that there's just so much more that we need to focus on, invest in. I wanted to tell everyone that PAASE is committed to supporting Philippine science and technology. And on August 10 and 11, we have group discussions led by some of our famous eminent scientists, some based abroad, but some of them are also none other than our national scientist, Luli Cruz, and president of the NAS, Rodora Sanza, from the Marine Science Institute. They're supposed to lead the discussion on research proposals, but there's another group discussion on STEM education and R&D training led by this evolutionary biologist, former dean of New York University. His name is Michael Purganan, and chemist who's into polymers and nanotechnology and additive manufacturing. His name is Gobet Advincula. And I just think that there's a need to incorporate a statement, major statements on basic research, a research that covers what you are doing. You might say it's basic research, but then, of course, it has applications. The sad thing is you have to think of how to get a grant if they will only fund the applied research. And so you'll have to put it under a petroleum discovery grant, right? To be able to study this. So why does it have to be that way when we know very well that this kind of research is essential to our growth as a nation and an identity as a people and as a, as a Philippine Islands, important in biogeography and evolutionary biology. So I'd like to end there and say thank you very much. This is the session where after 4.5 hours, there's still over 100 participants. So yesterday, the marine session dwindled to about 90 participants by 12 noon. No? And Well, there were supposed to be 15-minute talks by the other speakers, but everyone spoke for 30 minutes. It's just telling you there's just so much to share that's interesting to the audience. So this is really a memorable session for me. And I just think that under PAASE or even outside PAASE, you can keep this group together and have meetings like this regularly because it's so informative, so educational, and scientifically, intellectually stimulating for all of us. So thank you very much to my co-host Alisa, to our distinguished speakers, Dr. Solidum, Dean Mario, then Dr. Allan, Dr. Betchaida, and Dr. Alisa. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us. I'd like to have a chance to plug PAASE at the proper time. Many of you would like to become members of PAASE. It's a very dynamic, interactive group. And we're now dividing it into research clusters. And this would be one of the research clusters, definitely geological and physical sciences. We have over 380 members. And we're on this fresh start campaign for us to pay our lifetime membership dues for those members who are in the audience. And we're saying, hey, this year we didn't have a registration for fee to attend over 200 presentations, oral presentations, 45 posters, and 8 group discussions. So how about just investing the money for the registration fee into the lifetime membership fee? Then let's move to the other poster. Mon, could you post this one? So PAASE welcomes donations. It's a nonprofit volunteer group. We do not receive funding, major funding from the government or from the private sector. And so we're just trying to raise funds for our membership fees and the generous donations of people who are interested in our science advocacies. And if you click the projects link there, this is in our website, you'll see the kinds of projects that we want to support, okay, including helping our graduate students pursue their graduate studies abroad, like Alisa and Renato did, and Allan and Betchaida did. And all of us are back here, and we're trying to contribute to science progress in our country. So I'd like to end there. Finally, perhaps to let you know that 40th APAMS, this is our anniversary. We have week 3 next week. So many parallel sessions on different science and engineering themes, 3 a day. And then we also have the plenary sessions, and they're free. You're all welcome to attend. You just have to register. Let me just tell you who is our co-awardee in science this year. He's a guy at the U.S. National Institute of Health. You know what he's going to talk about? He's going to talk about stem cell organs on a chip. Okay, so on a chip, a semiconductor chip, and you are able to grow, say, stem cell liver cells, not just one type of cell, or kidney cells, not just one type of cell, almost like an organ. And this is going to like shortcut drug discovery development by reducing maybe the expense and the time for clinical trials. So just to show you, these are some of the exciting things that some of our PAASE members are doing. So with that, I'd like to close this session. Thank you very much for staying till 12:30 noon. Many are hungry, but to me, food for the mind is just as important or even more important than food for the stomach. So thank you very much, everyone. And at this point,
do we take a picture? Session. Do we take a picture that?
Yeah, the screenshot. Yeah, the group screenshot. 101. Nina, thank you for staying with us. Yes. And Demi, if Demi's around, that would be great. So are you able to look at all the attendees? Yeah, we'll be taking the photos in groups.
Hello po, ako po yung makitake ng photo.
Si Zar daw, si Zar take the picture.
Sige, smile lang po kayo, medyo madami po tayo.
Zar. Thank you, Zar.
Sige.
Ang ganda, daming babata. So, yan na yung mga magiging future micropaleontologists natin. Paleontologists.
Kasama si Mario, mag-micropaleo na rin.
Oo, mag-micropaleo. Wow. Nice.
Ina, may pag-asa pa. Second PhD.
Wow.
Okay na po. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much.
Okay, good evening.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. More power.
Ma'am Giselle, salamat. Pin-remote niyo ako. Ginawa niyo akong dean. Director lang po ako.
Sorry. Medyo nalilito na. Matanda na. So,
sana it goes with the salary.
Walang dagdag pag din. Trabaho lang ang
Wala ba? Trabaho ang dagdag.
Oo. Well, futuristic.
Pareho lang rata nun.
Futuristic. Pero kailangan na marami pang micropaleontologists.
And paleontologists. So, ang dami pang fossils na gustong ma-identify. Hindi na namin kaya.
Totoo. Pero, makakatulong ba yung AI dyan? Yung database. So, meron kang mga micrographs. So, imagine ko na, wow, magagawa yun ng intelligent.
May nagtatry. Pero hindi pa rin, hindi ma-replace yung if it's a regular shape, it's possible. Oo, pero it has a hard time with the other stuff, the dating part of it. The counting is fine.
Automated counting, there's available.
Automated counting.
Oo, pero
for the microfossils.
Yung structure niya to identify, pwede naman ito yung recognition. Tapos kung mataas ang score, 100%, hindi mo na kailangan i-check. Pero kung medyo mababa yung score, ayan na yung tao na mag-check.
And sometimes they're not so pretty Hindi nila papakita yung magandang part nila for identification. So, good, nahihilo yung computer. Oo. So,
nako-confuse. Para lang itong Zoom, kung minsan nako-confuse siya natin, no? Hindi perfect. Sige.
Sige, nahiya sila umalis. Sige lang, madaldal lang kami. You can, because
wala ang katapusan ito talaga. Go on and on.
We're trying to be gracioso. Oo. Nahiya naman kaming umalis.
Oo.
Unang kumain.
Nakakatawa naman to. Oo. Look at that. Ang daming bata.
A lot of them are students. Thank you very much for coming.
Oo, yan talaga yung future. Future of our country. Yan talaga. Okay. Sige.
If you have to leave, Ma'am Giselle, sige, okay lang. We can stay.
Mag-leave na ako. Sige,
Maraming
salamat. Mauna na ako.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Ma'am Giselle.
Congratulations.
I enjoyed it more than I thought.
It's enjoy talaga. Kaya ako every morning, habit na yan. 8 o'clock in the morning, andyan na ako. 3 yung aking binabantayan. Kung hindi ako host. Okay? Enjoy talaga. Fun.
Ang sarap na retired. And now, Professor Emeritus, what are you going to do?
Uy, ang dami kong ginagawa. Ano ba?
Nag-aaral ka pa ulit?
Oo. Meron pang papers. Nag-graduate pa ako ng thesis. Student. Pati sa OpenU. May nag-defend ng thesis. Susulat pa ng papers. Marami pa Diba? Pero we have to get this 40th APAMS going. And after that, maraming asikaso as an offshoot also of PAASE. Projects. Okay, maraming salamat. I'll leave now, ha?
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Congrats. Yeah.
Alisa, bye-bye. Salamat.
Bye.
Bye, ma'am. Thank you.
Bye, Allan. Bye-bye, Allan.
Thank you, ma'am.
Si Angie nandito. Angie, nandiyan ka pa ba? Buti na pagtsagaan mo.